Hello everyone! Welcome to the Cursed Ones, where we play Dungeons and Dragons whenever the hell we feel like it. Ethan, what are you doing? Get that big ol' head away from your camera! Alright, hello everyone, welcome to the Cursed Ones, where we play Dungeons and Dragons. Let's go ahead and introduce ourselves and get going with the funny show, shall we? So, introducing us off first, and then doing a actually, I feel like I need to do a question of the day. What's just like a fun fact? Do you know any fun facts to share the audience with? Like, I don't know, everyone here has their little interest. Does anyone have a little fun fact about their interest to give us? Starting us off today, hashtag dark woke, hashtag beast mode, hashtag dark mode. Who are you, and do you have a fun fact for us?
Hi, I'm Ethan. I play Moloch. I guess, damn, I got put on the spot. I need, a fun fact is that mollified.
You fucking
honey.
asshole. You
know that. That's pretty neat, Ethan.
Yeah.
Wow.
People used to starve themselves with a diet of only honey.
And
Yeah,
what was this for?
Neat.
What was this used for?
Hey, why are you interrupting his fact? This is
I'm
very
questioning.
mean of
I'm having a question. I have a question.
Purposes.
Okay, wow, that's a really interesting fact, Ethan.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, I came up with it myself. I did it myself, actually.
Oh, nice. Congratulations. You mollified someone, or you're actively in the process of mollifying?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah?
Look at Dean pretending he knew what mollified meant before this moment.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Every day, I receive
It's
an
okay,
email.
baby.
Shut up! Every day I receive. Shut up! Every day I receive an email. My Gmail account inbox with a scholarly article on uses of honey, beeswax, and bee care. I subscribe to I subscribe to a newsletter about bees and honey 3 years ago, and every day I get some kind of scholarly article about bees and honey and its uses in history. Don't talk to me about bees and honey as if I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm killing everyone.
Who do you think sends out those emails?
Whoa.
So true. You need to crash out this hard over not knowing something, though, Dean.
You're making me go to like Brennan Lee Mulligan levels of fucking of just cosmic rage towards your
Would you call it
existence.
biblical rage?
Shut the fuck up! You
Is it another
swine!
Ethan original?
Yeah, I came up with that.
You disgust me, you thief of idea.
Oh, is biblical rage another one you came up with, Ethan?
You stolen, you steal valor. Moses!
I came up with that too.
Oh, well, my
Bible?
question was, you are Moses, but
Anyways, hi, I'm Julius Weezer, I'm Dean, I'm the Dungeon Master, I play Avernus and I run this shit show. I don't know why I decided to change my name to this. I think it was because it was the assassination of Julius Caesar yesterday, so I had Julius Caesar on the mind, and then I rhymed it, so.
Yeah, he died yesterday.
That's such a good fact, Ethan.
Yeah, I should have made that my fact.
I don't have a fun fact anymore. My fun fact was taken from me.
Should have been quicker on the draw.
Did you know?
Yeah.
If every day you get a fact about bees, surely you have a second one.
I have multiple facts about bees. Must I always be confined to bees now that I've made my stake clear about bees?
Yeah, you've invested pretty heavily into the bee sort of market.
Okay. I guess I've invested into the. I guess I can't change anything about my. I'm now a bee guy. I love bees.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, I mostly get those articles also about, it's like more like practices of beekeeping and honey use. So I can just say that there's been very interesting uses of honey, including for the production of drugs. There's a specific type of honey that is referred to as red honey, which is specifically, like, not mollified. I'm using that term even though it's incorrect. But there is a specific process in fermenting it that turns it into an insano hallucinogenic and incredibly toxic, and it's one of the rarest drugs in the world. And it's, like, made with a very particular type of honey. I forget exactly where it's from, but it's an interesting thing to look into. That's my fun fact. Next up, the Ides of leisurely strolling. Who are you, and do you have a fun fact for us today?
Hello, I'm Jello. I play Sween, and did you know that the genus Coprinus, which comprises most of the inkcap mushrooms, when you eat them, they make it so when every time you drink alcohol, you basically have a hangover that lasts a very long time because it blocks the enzyme which acts as a secondary secondary metabolite of ethanol.
Interesting. That is a nice
So
fact.
you will vomit and become agitated and stuff from if you drink alcohol and eat inkcaps, even though they're delicious.
Ethan, I have a weekend plan for us for tomorrow for St. Patrick's Day. Come drink with me.
That's
It'll be
fun.
normal. Anyways,
My
next up,
brother's birthday is on St. Patrick's Day.
the Keekler. Who are you? And do you have a fact for us today?
I'm the Kegler. I play Korah. And my fun fact is that there is a primate with a very specific stick-like looking finger that it uses to scratch. It is like the eye. It's like the little middle finger that it like scratches at the wood with its little finger.
Yeah.
And it is also one of the only primates that we know to primarily almost only eat insects.
Yes.
This is the one
And
that
it'll
one
use its
Pokemon
little
is based
finger.
What
and
do you
it'll-
mean?
It'll dig
Graphite?
its little finger in the
Yes.
wood,
Yeah.
and it'll pull out the worm, and then it'll eat the worm. And everybody on Madagascar called it a demon because it is a demon.
It is a freak of nature. Eyes are insanely fucked up.
I'll
If you
send
wanna
a
see
picture in chat.
Yeah, please do, because they're awful. Alright. Whoopie baby corpse. Who are you, and what's your fact today? Whoopie baby.
Did you know there's actually this red honey, and it's very interesting. This red honey, you see, it's actually a very
Wow,
powerful
Tony.
It's actually a very
Whoa.
powerful hallucinogenic, and it's very hard and difficult to make because it requires a very specific type of honey,
Whoa!
which makes it very rare. But when you do ingest it, it has incredible hallucinogenic effects. However, it can have pretty dire effects on your body, so you probably shouldn't take it.
That's really cool, Tony.
Whoa!
Yeah, I found it out from Ethan a while ago.
Tony.
Yeah, no problem.
That's awesome.
You make a mockery of me on my own show. And expect me to sit here and take it.
Yeah, pretty much.
You will face backlash for this. In ways that you cannot currently comprehend.
Moloch gets one shot every
Shut
session.
the fuck up! Honey and beeswax, who are you? And give us a fact? Before I kill
Hi.
everyone!
Hello, I'm Ines. I play Beelzebub, also known as B.
You have a fun fact for us today.
I love bees.
Shut up.
I couldn't think of one.
When you tell me about like
So-
some red honey earlier, Inez, what was that? What was that whole thing?
Oh yeah, sure. So there's this type of red honey that's really, it's really rare. It's a really specific type, and it's used in a really special fermenting process to make a really powerful and toxic hallucinogenic drug. And it's one of the rarest drugs in the world.
You know, they don't call you
Wow.
Ines for a reason.
That's
Oh, I
true.
see.
That's why I made my nickname
Yeah.
Bees and Honey and Bees.
No, it's your
really
your legal
interesting.
name is actually Beanez. I
I'm really
explained
glad I learned
this
that from
on
you,
such
Ines.
short-
That's very interesting. Thank you, Inez.
No problem.
I'm gonna send that in my bee newsletter later today.
Thank you, Inez, for the fact. Thank you. I'm happy that you were able to share with us such a unique fun fact for all of us to like. We're rounding things off today with Maroon.
What's her name? What's her name? I can't read.
Alright.
It was Maroon 5. There's nothing special about it. I just like their song Animal.
No, you don't! No one likes that song!
I have a fun fact.
Yes.
What's your
I
fact?
have a fun fact.
What's
It is an
your
actual fact. So when people represent radiation as green, that's actually inaccurate because radiation's actually blue.
It's blue.
And because of the Cherenkov radiation, which happens when the particles that are energized from the actual like piece of radioactive material shoots out, but only in an environment where they're slowed down enough, because usually they're going the speed of light, but they're slowed down. So if you put it in water, you're more likely to see the effect. And if you put it in honey, you'd have blue honey.
Thank you for explaining it to me in terms of bees.
It's so
I needed that to
interesting. I'm so happy that we got to learn about blue honey and no other types of honey.
Yeah, I love Cherenkov radiation. I think it's a really cool effect.
It's super cool. That's also why I've referred to in the past in Cursive One sessions as a flash of blue light whenever I've compared things to radiation. Because it's blue. It's blue. Alright. I crashed out so hard that I gave myself a slight headache. From overacting to crash out.
No.
Overacting.
Yes, obviously I was fucking acting.
Sure.
Oh, sorry, I broke kayfabe. I'm sorry. I broke kayfabe. Next week, Uncursed Ones, Smackdown with Tony Smell. I am sending that fucker into the ring and killing him live on stream. Tune in.
Into the stratosphere.
Yay! Oh, it'll be more than that. Anyways. Let's get into the recap and let's start this, shall we? Yay! Last session, the party was... Sorry, I crashed out so hard I gave myself a headache. I need to take an ibuprofen real quick. I need to recenter myself. I need to enter, like, the mountains and just calm myself on the fields of radiance and such. I need to enter the golden glow of the wheat fields. Mm.
Who could have done this?
Wonderful. Okay. I've recentered myself. I'm normal again. Welcome to the Cursed Ones. Everything is nice. Last session, the party continued their expedition through Avernus, with tensions rising by the second. Things, I believe, began inside of the prison, that being Kostchtchie's maw, where stuff quickly got off to a rough start. For one, Beelzebub was missing. For two, even though Zariel's gone, things are still ramping up in their tension, because there are many things and problems to deal with, mainly being escaping Kostchtchie's maw. As they've come to realize by identifying the hammer, Kostchtchie's hammer actually has a special property which allows the place to basically seal itself in, so long as the hammer remains uncharged. However, charging the hammer is going to release the full strength of Kostchtchie. The party debate back and forth what exactly they're going to do in this time, until they are quickly attacked by the old consort of Kostchtchie himself, Sister Marevna. This mysterious kind of like giant-S figure attacks the party with a shocking amount of precision. Despite previously just being someone strapped to a chair and seemingly being tortured for the rest of their existence, the party had learned throughout their time throughout these dungeons that Sister Marevna seemed to have been the consort to Kostchtchie as well as a former, perhaps, ally? They're not really sure of the relation there, but they have connections to Haruman, that being Zariel's leader of the Hellriders Guard. Sister Marevna attacked with brutal force, but the party were able to get her severely on the back foot because of their use of the contagion spell, which they looted from the Maker. With Sister Marevna getting chipped apart quickly and endlessly, the Nothic did a weird insight as Sister Marevna was on her last legs and quickly revealed to the party that she is somehow deathless, much like Kostchtchie the Deathless, as his name is sometimes referred to as. With this in mind, They came to realize what exactly that means, as right after they fell her in combat, she immediately rose back again in an even more bestial, fucked up, demonic, one could say, form. With this form immediately lashing out and knocking Moloch down to the ground with a staggering amount of force. Gideon quickly tried to figure out why exactly she is deathless, identified the target as being one of the gemstones that was used to power Kostchtchie's hammer, and quickly and promptly destroyed it. Just in time, too, because during this time, what they realized was a shed skin of Kostchtchie on the ceiling was starting to get puppeted by the 3 demon dolls that were inside of Kostchtchie's maw. With this, they were able to then basically poof Marevna's fiend core. They were able to consume it in a lovely meal prepared by Sween, and were able to finally level up. Also, I should mention that Gideon was finally able to consume his Merilith core, with the help of Korah's funny little divination magic. Portent! It's Portent! We love Portent here! So, with all of that in mind, the party charged up the hammer and were able to quickly burst down the walls, with Sween and Moloch working to quickly remove the gems before good old Kostchtchie could be reassembled in full. This came with a slight, strange oddity, though. As Sween was removing the gem, Sween seemed to do it with such force that Sween produced some kind of spark of this deep, murky flame of sorts. But with that quickly brushed aside, the party were able to escape back out into the hallways, where things were not as they were when they last left them. They see Beelzebub at the end of the hallway, though now distended and monstrous, in this strange corrupted form, seemingly afflicted by that deep biblical rage. The party managed to try and bring Beelzebub closer with use of Vortex Warp and are able to temporarily calm her down, with Gideon setting up a wall between them and the now swiftly approaching Bylina, who is also Kostchtchie, at least an aspect of Kostchtchie in some regard, who is very adamant about being able to frolic in peace, in a strange, demonic, very inhuman way of thinking about it. Thankfully, the party are able to get Beelzebub at least enough to her senses, even though they are all pretty taken aback by the sight of the grotesque, kind of mollified child that has spun into some kind of egg that used to be 833. And with that all in mind, they started making a mad dash towards the exit of the sewers, being pursued by both the strange tapping creatures with their hammers as well as Bylina himself. They were able to make their way to the surface and decided the best way to deal with Kostchtchie would be to destroy the other gemstones that they have. So, Gideon planted a bunch of bombs around the gemstones and blew them to Kingdom Come. In the process, Bylina appearing behind him and setting onto his shoulder and claiming that his brother has forsaken him. With that in mind, Bylina, also known as Kostchtchie, the demon of rage and anger, was taken by a mysterious door in the distance. With all of this in mind, the party were able to quickly regroup, though they realized something was very wrong. Now with Azazel in tow, they were able to send him and drop him off back at the rest with Mad Maggie. Gideon actually deferred that task off to Neuraxis, who was kind of just, not too happy about the arrangement. Stuff just kind of went crazy, and it basically ended up in just, hey, Neuraxis, if you go divorce Azazel and Zariel, you're free from the pact. Go do that, you're free. With that in mind, though, they also were realizing that stuff was bad at the Red Market, with a imp escaping from the Red Market tapestry, seemingly partially burnt by something that went through fire resistance. Assuming the worst, they all head inside with a promise to Neuraxis to try and save Mahadi. They make their way inside, only to see Harman confronting Mahadi, having torn the Red Market asunder. With all of this in mind, the session ended, with Mahadi almost scorched by the flames of Zariel's hellfire, only to be rescued at the last second by a vortex warp from Gideon, with his face half charred. With that in mind, are we ready to jump into the session? Perfect. Then, allow us to begin with the Cursed Ones session 208. The air is thick, with a choking sting of vitriolic brimstone, a purulence of bloated beings reduced to screaming chunks of ash. The blistering white core of the red-streaked hellfire crackles, as if it were lamenting in its newly birthed graveyard, a ghost sobbing over its own tombstone. Ichor does its best to perform a crude censorship of black overtop the ink blot inside of the Rakshasa in your arms. It's a good thing that the interior of a fiend lacks the archetypical brain structure, instead consisting of a more ferrofluid-esque interior structure of pain receptacles and organs. That at least spares you from the sight of brain matter splattered across your face. Though, this difference in anatomy still doesn't detract from the way that the gore makes your bodies sting in this uncontrolled empathy. Mahadi's black lips drip with spit-infused ichor. Sizzling of his open wound sounds like meat cooked in hot oil. At least, it's cauterizing. Bright. So bright. Not again. Not that life again. It's not but ash and tar, among shadows, cast in light. Mahadi's eyes look as if they've developed years' worth of cataracts, haze coating them. It's this impossible thing because you swear in the center you see a perfect dot of brightness. No hint of any tinted color from the scene. It's just blank white. Blinding in a way that feels achingly familiar to all of you somehow. His paws kind of feel around against the bodies he's leaning against. I'd imagine that he's being supported upright by probably Korah and Gideon at this point, and he's slowly kind of like leaning his heavy weight amongst you all. Mortals. The one thing you can rely upon them for is empathy beyond most fiends.
Alright. What happened?
What does it look like happened?
I suppose it's pretty clear on the surface. I just wanted to know if there was anything more going on here.
It appears they didn't take kindly of this hit, given the growing political tensions in Avernus. So despite my long-standing loyalty to the laws of Avernian society, it appears that I stepped too far, eliminating someone who, let's be real, is best left dead.
Well, given everything we've seen so far, I'd say that Avernian laws don't mean much of anything anymore.
Evidently. You saw Vilsbet's retreat? She flew away, right? Got out?
Yes.
Strange phenomenon. The closer a fiend gets to the threat of true death, the more we sway from our nature. Could have had her paying her debt even in my death. And damned be my softened core. What have you people done to us? Must be the Avernian air so close to ethos. We should make haste towards an area uncompromised.
We have a location in mind, maybe.
We would probably have to check and see if it is okay that we do that. Oh.
That would probably be smart.
But then, I could, no wait, she's not. Anybody else?
Is there anything we should...
Sending?
I mean, I have sending, so I can do it unless someone else has it.
Alright, because I just have message. That's it.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll launch off sending.
Okay.
Gist of what you're
Continue
saying?
with what you're saying.
Basically just sending to Maggie, hey, we have Mahadi, pretty injured, Red Market burned down, can we bring Mahadi back to the Knucklebone Pit?
You may. Make sure you are not tailed by anyone else, any other stragglers.
Okay. Alright, we have the all clear.
Okay.
Now, is there anything we should grab from the Red Market before we leave, Mahadi?
It's near all burnt to char, though. You could attempt to rummage around and see if you could find scrap. Anything.
Can I check the tour store real quick?
The core store? Absolutely.
Yeah.
You can hand Mahadi off. and make your way towards the ashen remains of the Core Emporium. Emporium, as it was called on the label. You can see the kind of burning remains of, once again, all of this place is made primarily of iron. All the leather cloth has clearly been burnt away at this point, but the iron itself has been melted inwards as well. It's not an easy way to squeeze and shift yourself into the inward collapsed interior of the place. And as you do, you just barely see the creaking body of the homunculus that ran the place. You get the sense it's still working, as in it's being powered, but alive might not be the best term for it.
Yeah.
It's been primarily
crater still
used into the wall, and its little furnace core is just barely spitting out puffs of quickly fading cinders.
Is its crater that it had strung up still alive, or is he dead?
It takes a second for you to be able to, once again, squeeze underneath the kind of collapsing inward metal, but you are able to shuffle yourself in. And you see the warped iron surrounding and entrapping what is indeed a fiend core now.
I'm just gonna look around. Are any of the cores that we're selling still intact?
Most of them have been burnt away at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can't find them amidst the melted... Like, you get the sense that maybe they're somewhere inside of this deep, thickened iron, but pretty much the only one that you can correctly identify is one still being refined inside the chest of the slightly cindering machine at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can I approach the machine then,
you can walk up to the homunculus.
It's working, but it doesn't seem like alive and sentient, right?
From what you can tell, from like a courtesy glance, you're not sure if it's like just unable to make its knowledge or presence known, or if it's just fully, in a sense, brain dead.
Do you think would it be possible for me to, in this moment, finish refining whatever core it's working on right now?
If you were to give it a little bit more of a boost of fire, you likely could.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I can I pull out Azur and just sort of glance at the core and then glance at it and just say, do you think you could maybe boost the fire here so we could finish this?
Yeah, I can do that. One of those small little appendage limbs of kind of stark dripping fat reaches forward towards the edge of it and is going to a small bit off, and it's going to begins to crack and sizzle. You hear a and a slight shifting of movement from the heavy metal creature. It still doesn't make any semblance of living, it's just doing its natural function at this point, churning through and extracting bits of energy. Though for a second, you swear in the back of those blackened sockets you see the tiniest flicker of something still in there. It takes a second, just watching it do its thing at this point, until eventually there's a small as the core does indeed finish refining.
And then I guess I'll just pull it out, and I'm guessing there's not really any way to tell what kind of core it is?
You were offered this core before, or at least a variant of this core before. That being, yeah. So you were offered one of these before. It's not one of the, like, greater-ish strength ones. It was the Farastu core.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah. Which are basically, yeah. Farastu are just kind of, like, freaky, nasty Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'll pull that. And you said that and you said that the wizard or the whatever he was, is his core still in here? The guy that was strapped up?
Yes, it is fused into metal. It would be a little bit difficult to remove.
Yeah, can I try to? I mean, I'll attempt to remove it.
Yeah.
See if I can use a Zerg to like pry it free.
Yeah, it's gonna be athletics to try and like wrench it out of the wall.
That makes sense.
Hey, Gideon? I have
Yes?
metalworkers tools, or smith tools, I should say. Would I be able to help in some way?
Yeah, if you're peeking inside, then you could absolutely help trying to morph the metal to try and make it a way easier. Like, yeah. If we want
that
instead,
makes sense.
we could...
I was gonna give the core to Boo. I was gonna give the core to Moloch anyways, just because Forge guy, Forge cleric.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so Moloch, you enter into the room, kind of duck underneath it as well, and slither your way inside. You have a much easier time getting by. I mean, you don't have the height of Gideon, who has to just, like, scrunch in to try and make your way through this, but also you move kind of slippery, like an eel, one could say, and are able to get in there, and I'm just gonna have you roll sleight of hand with, like, the proficiency bonus of your metalworker's tools here. You're basically just making a check with the tools.
I'll give you advantage by just helping out with you doing this.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not 20.
Nice, nice. But yeah, probably just like heating up little bits of the metal to make it more pliable at this point for you guys to eventually get a wedge in there where you see it pop and kind of like hiss as the edges kind of snap off of it as you're able to get it tilted in a way which it can just... a small beating core that you guys now hold. It takes the form of these kind of clockwork cogs all jammed together and partially rusted to one another with teeth grinding between the midst of them. It looks strangely like chainsaw blades mixed with those kind of cogwork machinery, all wrapped inside a strange kind of tesseract-ish box. That's about that.
No, I don't say this lightly as a fiend, but Hellfire's fucking terrifying.
No, it's certainly distractive. Very interesting to say the least, magically.
The two of you guys duck out from the Emporium once again. On your way out, hearing another as you turn around, you see the crackling embers from the interior of the homunculus sizzle out as its body goes limp. Now nothing more than part of the sunken walls. You walk back out to the desolate streets of the Red Market, where everyone else is, I'd imagine, standing around. Is there anything else anyone wants to do in here?
If there's nothing else around, then I don't think so. No.
Yeah. No.
You could attempt to do like a survival scavenger check to see if you dredge up anything else.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'm not that good at survival, but I'll roll it.
Yeah.
I am. And I'll give my...
If you are good at it, then I'll give you advantage, then I'll help you out.
Thank you. That is a dirty 20.
Yeah, no, you're able to make your way through a couple of, like, the abandoned stores, and you're able to find a couple of, like, little trinkets here and there. Most of them are kind of just, like, benign, don't precisely do anything. Though I think that you're able to find... What am I gonna give you here? I'm gonna say you find yourself a +1 magical dagger.
Nice. Yeah. And just for flavor, I'll say, like... I guess Moloch kind of points out that sort of thing with sorry, not Moloch, Mitral kind of just helps me find some crevices in the market that might not have been destroyed by the hellfire.
Yeah. You're able to, walk out with, like, a +1 dagger. Yeah, we'll say that it does fire damage instead of slashing damage. So +1 dagger, fire damage instead of slashing.
Nice.
But that's about all you find that's worth anything. Other than, actually, we'll say that you managed to scavenge up about 6 intact soul coins.
Very
well.
cool. I'll take it. Anyone here like knives?
I already have one of my own.
Any takers? Like I'll take it. I just don't think I'm the best at it.
If
Hold
no
on
one
to
else
it and then-
wants it.
Okay, I'll hold on to it. Who knows when I'll run out of magic?
Yeah, you flip it around, and you kind of sheath it. You have a series of, like, straps and belts and such. It's pretty easy to find a place to just nestle it. Alright. They could come back to scour this place at some point. Try to see if they missed any fiend cores in the cleanup. It's best
Yes,
we go.
that's astute of you to notice.
Alright. Let's head out then. Unless someone else wants to try to find something here.
Doesn't seem like there's much left.
I think we're...
I think it's time to move on.
Yeah.
Alright.
Mahadi kind of ducks his head a little bit. More globules drip off the side of it as he just limps against Korah. Kind of limply raises up one of his paws and stretches out one of those portals back into the graffiti that you came in on.
Am I going to have to cast invisibility on you before we leave? Are you a high-profile target?
Evidently I likely am, given what just occurred, but we're going to this safe haven, are we not?
Yes, well, if push comes to shove, I will cast it on you, so,
Is it a long
Well,
trip or a short one from where we are?
How close was the closest entrance? He's gonna, like, look over
it's
to the
down
others.
the same alleyway,
Yeah.
because it's just like
Yeah.
a flyer on the wall.
One of us could just bring a poster here, can't we?
It's like right outside the portal.
Yeah.
So we can walk
Yeah,
out
let's
and just grab it.
I think we should just go and do it.
Yeah.
I think we just walk out and
Just
go up
leave.
to it.
There's
and
no,
then,
there's no worry
yeah.
here. Yeah, you guys are indeed able to
Okay.
do so. As you
Yeah.
all limp, kind of limp carrying Mahadi and grab onto the nearest poster, and you hear the faint witchy cackle as you are back into the hut. You can see Maggie licking her cracked lips as she hums out a... Honestly, I'm shocked you were able to escape relatively unharmed. Most of you. Mahadi! Maggie. Pleasure to see you again, old friend. Friend, is that what we're going by nowadays? Seems to be a more common term being used down here by the second, so perhaps... Depends on how we're feeling, though. Not well, evidently. Right. Make yourselves at home, you know the drill. But we have things to discuss for certain about what you saw down there in the pit.
Sort of leading
You
over
have-
to Gideon. Didn't that other guy refer to Mahadi by friend as well?
Yes, he did.
He's still here? You might want to look at him.
I guess I'm just gonna look around because he should be here because Azazel's here.
He should be, shouldn't he?
Oh,
However,
Azazel's been deposited onto a nearby table. His arm is hooked up to a rusted tube pumping darkened liquid into his wrist. You get the sense that this is some kind of ichor transfusion, though you're not sure if you fully trust whatever Maggie's putting inside of that, given the cauldron it's from has this strange gloss to it that definitely isn't entirely ichor.
Yeah.
No sign of Neuraxis at his side, nor anywhere in here.
Maggie, did you see where Neuraxis went after?
Oh, he was in and out. In a rush to complete your command. Said he needed supplies.
All right then.
might be
We'll be-
fire component. hide out. Do you have anything for his face to stabilize the wound?
Maggie is just going to just gesture vaguely towards her general concoction array, and is just going to go, and make yourself comfortable. I mean, there's potions and the like in there. At this point, you're free to help yourself to some of the healing ones.
Oh, you grow my favorite person every day. He's gonna go over and just, like, peruse the potions to find a health potion for Mom.
Oh, they're awful. For reference, they're
Yeah.
fucking awful potions.
No,
These
he's a
suck.
fan of the goo.
Yeah,
He's an
no.
owl. He like coughs up bones and shit, dude.
Yeah.
He's loving it.
These are
Wait, awful in
absolutely
like
grotesque.
taste and viscosity, or awful as in like effect?
Taste, viscosity, mostly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Okay,
would not
that's
give
fine.
this guy
Yeah.
potion of poison as I'm trying to help you.
You do have to actively make sure that you're not grabbing the potions of
Yeah.
poison, given that the way that this is
Yeah.
laid out, it's more of a spectrum. There's potions in the middle of the gamut that do both healing and poison, that you get the sense is for some kind of torture mechanism,
Yeah.
just constantly
He'll, like-
inflicting and healing.
Uncork one, sniff it to make sure, and then like, then it has like a hint of healing. It's not like corroding the inside. Just gonna hand it over to Mahadi.
We really should have set up trade routes or something, some kind of allyship sooner. I like your knucklebone people. Most of you. And yet you work with this slop. I work off the land. That's what hags do. Ahadi just kind of grumbles and takes the potion.
Just drink the slop and get over with.
Right.
Let's all make friends before existence ends.
Existence ends. He kind of morosely looks down.
Suppose you'll probably want to hear some of this too, Mahadi, as well as Maggie.
Yes, I most certainly would.
Well, for one, we discover the source of the rage. It's artificial. Through refining the rainfall, and then altering it with the skin of Kostchtchie, who is still alive.
Still alive.
Deathless, by the looks of it. I don't know if you have any concept of lichdom, but it seems similar to that.
Conceptually.
Not entirely.
Yes.
Not entirely an overview. Less necromantic, more resurrection.
Well,
Though Kostchtchie seems weakened. And also, I don't know if you're aware, but Kostchtchie is not a devil. Kostchtchie is a demon.
demons are speculation, dear. My old teacher had his thoughts upon them, upon the ebb and flow of the universe. To lunomancers, demons fall outside of the order of chaos. They fall outside the order of reality. I subscribed to the theory for a long while. But demons...
Well, it's miraculous what a legend lore can do for you when you know who to ask about. Regardless, and needless to say, demons are real.
And any word to their nature, their being?
Thoughtless. It was very important. Thoughtless, they seemed very obsessed with, quiet. They're the ones that we met.
At least Kostchtchie did, yes.
Well, we don't even know if they're are currently other demons, right? Because the ones that we met were just aspects.
Yes, but I find it hard to believe that there's simply just the one. Not to mention the fact we didn't even see Kostchtchie in his full power. We saw Kostchtchie in a reduced state, Maggie, but his skin seemed to be from his former state, that it hung up, strapped up, and we could barely even look at it.
The giant. Yes.
Yes.
Right. This makes an interesting conundrum. For I saw Kostchtchie reduced to a fiend core. How else did Zariel get her strength?
Are you saying that
Gideon.
Zariel ate
I helped-
Kostchtchie?
I helped strike that thing down myself.
Are
Gideon,
you
there
sure
were
it was
three.
Kostchtchie? Yes, there were. Gemstone. What did his fiend core look like?
That, yes.
Great blackened stone. This coldness to it.
That sounds similar to the core his consort had when we slew her.
And the consort was kept in.
She's still alive? Marevna.
No,
No.
not anymore.
Not anymore.
But she was.
What was?
Was she alive when you killed?
Evidently.
Was she there?
Yes.
No, because she ended up in the prison. She was being tortured on a chair.
But she seemed to maybe enjoy the torture. It's hard to say, but
It was odd.
She was
But needless-
burned to a crisp in that fight.
so was
Immolated.
Mahadi from Haruman's perspective.
Hmm. You make a point. Well, I suppose things are more complicated than I initially thought them to be.
Yes. Much more. Though we've at least stemmed the source of the biblical sort of rage we've been saying.
Right.
Killed the Maker. I don't know if that's a name you're familiar with.
No, not particularly.
He'd taken over the form of one of these dolls that maybe were aspects of Kostchtchie, other demons. So we're not entirely sure what he was to begin with, but he is also responsible for our Nathalic friend here as well.
What were the nature of these dolls? Appearance and the like.
Porcelain, ball jointed.
Now, I think little of what fiend cores do to a person. A mortal, that is. They tend to be unpredictable, as they were with my form. I used to be of changeling nature, quite the pale sort myself. But it just has always struck me. I've never quite seen fiendish traits that look like the one Zariel took on.
Interesting.
Have you seen her up close?
I think only one of us here has had the pleasure of that.
Pale as porcelain.
When I was in Sween's old sushi shop, when she came down, did I see her at all?
You saw, like, the silhouette of her. She's often shrouded
Yeah.
in, like, fucking insano
Yeah.
lights.
Yeah.
Did you get a good look at her, Sween, when you met her?
I got a good look of her killing me. Yeah, her closest thing to it. I mean, okay, out of character. I don't actually remember how you described what she looked like back then.
I mean,
It
yeah.
has been,
Porcelain pale, almost like a doll. Strapped in leathers. just clad like flush against her figure, and these massive outstretched wings.
Well, she's just as you described, pale, with large wings. I mean, we have Azazel here, right? Maybe he could tell us more about her. He knows her better than most of us, I'd
Speaking
assume.
of people we have here, do we have B?
I mean, yes, yeah. B has been with you, but just quietly cradling the fuck-ass egg.
Okay, so like B's
Yeah.
okay? Relatively?
No?
Okay.
Crouched into the corner and just fully nesting away, just fully tucked into shadow. I'd imagine.
Yeah, okay is a very relative term here, isn't it?
None of
Not dead.
None of you are bothering her right now, is the thing.
Okay.
Yeah. She's just quietly tucked away and whispering very quiet things to the mollified baby.
That is also a problem.
Yes, it happened while we were down in the depths and sewers.
I see.
She is succumbed to the fog, but not entirely. There is still a chance that she will be
Yes,
okay,
there
but
is. Not on her own, no. Unfortunately, some kind of corruption from what we're calling a demon, I doubt is going to go away with good sleep. We'd have to
no,
synthesize
absolutely.
something. Luckily, we have some people here proficient in potion craft, do we not? You're giving
or
me
is
a
gonna
look.
look at
You're all
Dakota.
giving me a look. Or Dakota.
I listen. He threw explosive potion. He looks like he also had the elixir. He looks like a potions person. Also, you are proficient in potion, so
The biblical rage has some kind of relationship to angelic properties, right?
Seems to
And
be.
evidently demonic ones. In some way, they have to share either some kind of reaction or some kind of link. And if they have a reaction, then there's something that can be done with it. If we could get a sample of something directly angelic, not already feathered down by the rage. I know your suggestion is likely going to be Azazel, but you must
It
keep in
would,
mind he is also clearly under the
yes.
effects in some regard of it. I don't know how effective that would be.
What
Also
sort of
is-
sample do you think you would need?
Something, angelic essence is probably the best way.
We know any angels?
I might have an idea.
Oh,
Is this where you revealed to us you're an angel the whole time?
No. But I do need a moment. And I think Gideon's just gonna sort of find a chair to sit down in, or just cross-legged on the floor real quick, and I think Gideon's just gonna reach into his mind and just sort of look for Hilo.
We'll get to that. Oh, I see. But that does probably count. But it's definitely not going to be the only thing that we're going to need. If we could get what's this already worked? Suggestion-ish spells, enchantments has already worked, so...
Yeah, I have that kind of magic.
Not really, but if we could get... Diamond dust. Wait. Do restorative effects work similarly on devils? Typically, though we're not carbon-based life forms, we're brimstone and ichor. Okay, well then is there a diamond dust equivalent? Sulfur gemstone. Not uncommon in spellcraft stores. You should be able to get your hands on it in most marketplace locations, though they don't typically come cheap in their raw form diamond equivalency. You're still looking at about 50 soul coins or more.
Does it have to be permanent?
I think
I'm
at
just saying I
the,
got this new spell.
at the same
creation?
time, like Melania and Maggie are just going to go, yes.
Okay, well, so more than an hour.
For a permanent cure, we would likely need something,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, since Melania is always like sort of scanning minds, Melania knows that Gideon has a diamond. It's just that it's for the revivify scroll he found. So if we use it for this, we can't use the scroll, but that's fine, I think.
But also they're getting at the point that it would be more efficient to be using sulfur because it would be more efficient for whatever potion they're making to use a sulfur gemstone, just because of the different chemistry of devils.
That makes sense. I also have black steel bones and 3 vials of Ichor. I don't know if that'll be helpful here.
Could definitely take some of them to probably amplify and just help in general.
Alright, seems like we're on a fetch quest then?
I would provide a deal, but I lack my resources. Mahadi kind of mentions from the side. But today is Nathradai. You could go and attempt to barter or swipe from a crowded shop. Or you could solve another problem.
Oh yeah, just so we're clear, Mahadi. The information you needed. Am I able to resolve the debt now?
Yes. Ethan's off to go resolve the debt IRL.
What is the other problem?
Let's be honest here. We're all working under the same information, are we not? We're taking down Zariel, you're going after her halo, aren't you?
Hi, sorry. I do have Machal in my brain. And I can...
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. Considering the terms of the deal with
Maggie's let Mahadi in on the place. Mahadi knows.
Okay.
Yeah. If you don't want to risk that, I mean, I'm technically out of the pact.
Yeah.
But yeah, just... I guess... What exactly did Mahadi want again?
The location of the pit, of Kostchtchie's maw.
Oh, okay.
But Azazel's here. Like, Azazel's here. That's what Mahadi wanted.
Okay.
This is all what Mahadi wanted, so Mahadi's like
I just
already
wanted to make sure
resolved
we're
everything.
not still in debt.
No, Mahadi is just like, you have resolved everything at this point.
Okay.
Anyways, am I correct in assuming that your plan is to go after the halo that is rumored about?
Yeah. At some point, we'll probably have to confront Mr. Hellfireman. Harriman?
Right. Well, when you do, could you return the favor? But no. What I'm getting at is that I doubt it's in the city, is it?
Probably.
No, you have confirmation it's not.
Okay.
You already know where it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's, this outpost.
Then what do you need to get through the wastes?
What do you need? I've never been to Avernus.
A vehicle. Walk with me.
Didn't all of your stuff get destroyed?
Yes, but what I'm getting at is that restockings of things tend to happen on Nathradai, which it is today, including, if the Dracolo on the sending line is not lying to my female ears, a magical goods shop called Dow's Dredges. And they would likely have a vehicle for transporting these goods, especially if their goods are sourced from the Avernian wastes.
Okay.
You don't have to. I am just throwing out a humble suggestion.
Sounds like a good place to look.
Okay. So you got some sulfur gemstones. Gideon's working on contacting, I guess he hasn't told you guys, so we'll get... Gideon's working on part of it, so, yeah.
I figured.
Yeah. I guess I should stay back too. Work on potion synthesizing. And B... I have plans for B. Gideon. You're trying to concentrate, but Maggie is just gonna...
Yes.
You are a curious type, aren't you?
I'd say so, yes.
Great. How interested would you be in a little trip into a mind of sorts? You're a well-warded individual.
I guess it supposes on the mind.
Well, then, I have a little plan with Beelzebub here. And an extra hand would be helpful.
Alright.
But do what you must first.
Alright then. I can help you with your task.
Well, do yours first. I feel like it's going to take a moment.
Yes.
Alright. What's everyone doing? What's the plan on everyone's regard here? You don't have to do that. Mahadi was just giving a suggestion reference. You definitely don't have to.
Well, we don't have any other direction, do we?
You can always scout your own.
Could I ask Mitral?
You
Just ask
could.
him if there's anything that could help us get through there. Yeah, I think I'll do that then.
You could always try to bargain. There's always a deal to be struck. All I'm saying
Okay, I feel like
is-
you're being intentionally vague here. I'm asking for specifics.
There are small dredges down in the dump. Down in the lower segments, there is, in fact, a small collective that tends to sell, let's say, repurposed stolen goods. And they work more on a trade of intimidation. If you're looking to stay a little deeper in the shadows, I mean, it won't get you the vehicle you're looking for, but it'll likely get your dirty deeds done for you a little bit more dirt cheap.
Hey, how much money do we all have right now?
Didn't we get technically 50 from that whole thing?
I don't know. That depends on whether Mahadi has 50 to pay us.
I guess that's... I have 22 outside of that.
Found 6 down there, but I was on 1 before. Had to spot Dakota. So I have 7. You suppose we should save money? We've got a source, just a bit sketchier.
I mean, what would we be saving money for? The one place that had the illicit goods that we would probably buy from has now burnt up into a crisp.
It's
So
not
the only thing I
marketplace
can...
down here.
The only place that might sell us things a little more high caliber
Right.
has been burnt to a crisp. There are other markets, but you can only buy rope and a single knife. Not anything that's going to, get the job done.
Well, Matral's directing us to a place that could possibly be helpful. If we're short on change, it could be worth checking out.
Has he given you a name, or is he just telling you it's a place?
Matral,
Yes!
name?
The Bullywog Bugles.
Bullywog Bugles.
Quite a name.
I'm
Mahadi,
just
do
gonna-
you know this place?
If you're looking for the world's most unrefined slop you've ever seen, then yes, I've heard of the place. It's less risky,
I think-
yes, but it is less also credible, and also not getting the vehicle out of it. That's my input, just saying. I try to get us the best deals. And you're more than capable of hijacking a single shipment. At this point, I'd say.
Having a vehicle would be nice.
It would be, yeah. Okay. Let's try to get that vehicle first, and hey, if it doesn't work out, we have a backup.
I also feel like
To do it.
less risky and less credible do not they cancel each other out. If it's not as credible, there's a chance that we get ratted out immediately.
You have a point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's less risky in terms of the fact that it's down under.
Yeah. So there's less like prowling hell riders, there's a lot less like protections on the goods and stuff like that, but it's also like it's not high quality, and you're looking for a potion to save B. So it's entirely up to what you feel best at. Once again, both are valid options here.
I feel like maybe the potion in general, just so Ines can get back into the gameplay.
Yeah.
Not entirely. I have plans in store, don't worry about it.
Yeah, let's go for the vehicle first.
Okay.
Alright then.
For context, the vehicle has a shipment of the gemstones, too. You're getting both.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Is this our... So we have Gideon staying here to work on contacting Hilo and trying to work with the potion makers here. Charpay is also theoretically staying here. Beelzebub is also here to get experimented on. And we have Dakota, Sween, Moloch, and Korah heading out.
Okay. Does anybody need an aid before we go? I still have mine, but I don't know how you three are faring.
I don't remember what that spell does. Can you remind?
It gives you more out of character. It gives you more max HP.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have it?
Save it for now.
Okay. You sure?
Yeah.
For something like this, it's not really worth saving. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't.
Well, then cast.
Okay, I'll just give. Sween, do you still have
You
aid?
seem to have.
I don't. I do, yeah.
Okay, I'll cast a 3rd level aid on Sween, Korah, and Dakota, which is plus 10 max HP for you guys.
Okay. You seem very adamant on the fact that I get this, so you might as well cast it.
Look, it's like objectively good. Let's just go. Let's just go.
Alright.
Alright. No.
Cool. If that's the case, then you guys all work on making your way out. We're gonna move over to Gideon. Gideon. Quiet. Making your way into a small, nestled, quieter corner, away from the bustle that's beginning to spur up around you from, well, everyone else currently staying back and everyone else leaving the scene. And you close your eyes. Stepping foot into this deep expanse is not an unfamiliar experience to you. Though it's hardly ever been this quiet. That would have been something you begged for in your youth. Screaming and crying and pleading for that gibbering mad thing to quiet its incessant howls for freedom. You know this silence isn't a welcome one. You've studied the ideas of stuff like Penethra, how it seems to linger an ever-present threat in the back of everyone's minds the moment you attempt to search for this quiet peace. That's what makes it so unsettling. Normally at this ledge you'd see it, pressed against the chains, screaming at you. It's not here. Well, you see the chains drooping down rather than holding back. Normally, it'd be searing these deep marks into Hilo's edges with a bloodied rage, as if this great eye thing seething with its voracious hate and hunger were some caged animal, but now it's tucked itself deep and down into the lower reaches of this place. Or maybe it's been pulled down there. That's what you walk into in your mind.
And if that's the case, I guess all Gideon can really do is dive deeper, go further in.
There's a chain you can grab onto and start sliding it down. So I'd imagine you do so, stepping close to the edge and then wrapping your arm around it, tucking your legs, and just slowly letting yourself lower. It's been mentioned before in readings, and Hilo himself has screamed 1,000 times about being stuck in the astral plane. But in your studies of the plane, you've never quite seen a place described or illustrated as the one you find yourself in. Some grand, expressionist painting, smudged streaks ever pulsing like fractals, occasionally shifting into the appearance that looks like a creaking throat. Deep moaning hymns that make the shapes rattle deep in your head, and they make your whole body wish to shiver. You hear a sound that could be closest compared to fingernails writhing down cello strings, like a creaking throat of a god. Your feet touch a semi-solid surface underneath you. A streak of paint that'll turn liquid if you stand your whole weight on it for too long. And in the streaks of dying light particles that stay frozen in deathly stillness, you see the illuminated outline of the damned god in your mind. The chains are slack on the ground leading towards him. His red, unblinking eye sheds no light except for the blastedly gray pupil in its center, which stares you down. The typically animated and ever-circling wings around his tassels and feathers now shift like rusted cogs. You hear dripping. What are you doing?
So as Gideon's just looking around at everything around him and just looks at Hilo, and I think he just sort of says, "What happened here?"
You receive ever silence. Just dripping.
Where's the dripping coming from?
Around the back of Hilo.
I think Gideon's gonna keep sort of a decent berth from Hilo and start circling around to the back of him.
You feel the subtle rising and falling of the great eye beast, convulsing ever slightly as you step around the side of it. He's conscious. That eye beginning to turn to track you slowly as you make your berth around its circumference. Before you can step to see the entire expanse of it, you just see red. Red. A deep red imprint. Glowing from behind him. The further you step around, you see it's burnt like a scar. Your own back begins to feel like it's stinging.
Gideon, he tries to see a full view of the back there.
It's hard to look at. As you make your way in front of it, staring it face to face, like staring down a great painting in a gallery. Your back feels hot and clawing. Just looks like this long, perfect slit. that starts to move. Into the appearance of two hands, which you then feel mirrored on your back. Like palms from the inside of you trying to press outward. And you see something to press outward. The flesh of Hilo from the inside. You feel every sensation, including the way it drags two phantom fingers down the back of your spine in a way that just specifically makes your whole body tingle with a shiver. You hear the very quiet, for once deadly quiet, voice of Hilo. Stay still.
Yeah, I think Gideon stops then and just sort of whispers back to Hilo, "What is it?"
You once again feel those fingers making its way across your body down, dipping itself inside where your hips kind of extend inward and slowly dragging thumbs down your back. And then crawling all the way back up like a spider towards your neck. Pressing on that dip in the back of your head. Crawling up and around. Outlining your face as if a blind man trying to find your features. You stay still. And you start to see a reflection beginning to grow ever more present against the gloss of Hilo's eye. It's you, of course, reflected back into it. With this massive thing drifting its hands across you. Some elongated frame. It's not of mortal quality. It's a shadow that was. It's massive. Bigger than Jello. You feel a gentle rattle of the chains that run from your soul to Hilo's. As if the Grand Eye is making some sort of movement, but it's not. You can see that it's not. The eye has stopped staring at you. And now you hear a different source of dripping. The creature is still in the reflection behind you. But you're now starting to see movement from the front side of Hilo.
So there's movement happening in front of Hilo, and there's something behind me right now?
Yes.
I think I'm gonna try to start moving, slowly moving closer to Hilo.
You take a step forward. It stays uncomfortably close behind you, presses up against your back, and digs its hands closer onto you, almost gripping onto you desperately in a way to make sure you're not going too far from it. That great shadow. One of its hands slides down and tries to scoop yours up and squeezes it. It's not doing anything malicious to you. Well, besides the discomfort.
If that's the case, I'm gonna keep moving forward. I'm trying to get close to one of Hilo's wings.
You do. You're able to. You're close enough for you to be able to reach out your arm and touch it.
But it's holding my hand, right?
It is.
I think... Is Gideon still missing his arm in his own mind? Or...
Yes.
I think Gideon's just gonna sort of lean forward and just sort of bite down on one of the feathers and pull it back and off.
You get a couple. It doesn't draw blood. It should draw blood.
I think Gideon is going to hope that in pulling these off, these are going to manifest in some way on his body in the, material world. So I think he's going to, now that he has these, he's going to start slowly trying to move towards the chains he used to get in here to leave.
Given the way that you're leaned against the body, you have to kind of vaguely push yourself off of it to get back into a normal standing position, made all the more cumbersome and uncomfortable to force yourself upright to, with just how you feel your body pressing into that thing behind you as you do. And as you do press off against this great eye, it depresses inward as if it's missing its fluid entirely. The eye and the wing starts to droop. You making your way back towards those chains. The shadowed movement on the surface, this paint-like water-ish substance. You see ripples of slow, tentative footsteps heading towards the chain in front of you.
Think And there's nowhere really to hide because there was just Hilo and I've already moved away from him, right?
Yeah.
And I think Gideon just goes into a dead sprint towards the chain to get out.
You walk and quickly push into a dead sprint, feeling the hands trying to reach out before you. I need you to make a contested athletics check with me to see if you're grappled or not.
Gotcha. Can I use acrobatics for it?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can use acrobatics.
Okay. That's a nat 20.
That's a natural 20. You feel those hands starting to reach towards your back and starting to claw into your shoulders, and you manage to yank yourself out of the way and break into a dead sprint, moving as fast as your legs can carry you. They feel aching underneath the weight of this depth of this place, and you see, just out of the corner of your eye, as you just start to make a beeline towards the chain, you see in the reflection of the fading glossiness of Hilo's shell, that massive thing starting to surge after you. It gets down on whatever its approximation of knees is and is crawling towards you, as if that's the only way it knows how to walk unsupported at this point in its existence. just crawling behind you in a desperate scramble, but you are inherently, at this point, faster. You see those other footsteps that were ahead of you across the water starting to pick up in their pace, too. And see red feathers falling on top of the water that fly off of the frame that kind of re-inverts itself from its invisibility as it jumps up onto the chain and starts climbing as well. Also making a mad dash towards it and up, just kind of sticking these kind of clumsy fingers into it and just starting to climb as fast as he can. A smaller frame with these desperate hands wrapped around, with hovering cloth towards them and kind of sharpened, pointed feet, making their way with a shocking speed and movement that looks more like some creature possessed from the inside than being some kind of natural flesh thing used to moving this type of body. The smaller eye of Hilo that always hovers above the thing whooshes past the side of your head and returns behind the frame that is now speeding up the chain, with a desperate flapping of useless red wings behind it, and a band of sterling silver inlaid with deep bloodied 8-ball eyes that twist and rotate towards you, with lights in a piercing gaze. You see long hair that twists down to the length of his back, this red hair, your red hair, and carapace that slides up to the upper torso, and eyes that slit themselves out of darkened patches of tattoo work. A slack, armless socket that finds itself with a limp, broken, shadowed thing in the place of where the arm used to be. Stay down! Your damned mortal shell is weak enough as is! As Hilo, taking your form, trying to escape with your body, is going to raise up his one working hand, kind of just straddling this this entire chain, and is going to hold up his hand and make a beam of radiant light and shoot it towards you. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. That's actually really bad. That's like a 7.
That's a 7. You're taking 22 points of radiant damage, and I need you to roll a d100. The thing that gets you as it hits you is that this is a weak blast. That's what's so maddening about it. This is a weak blast from a divine god. And it's not that you are strong enough in your current state to be absorbing this type of damage better than normal. It's that something has drained this force from Hilo. And Hilo's desperate. What'd you get on the D100?
I got a 37.
A 37? You... You are frightened?
Mm-hmm.
Fight or flight to either flee from Hilo in the chain or to try and fight back.
Okay. So do I roll something for that?
You choose fight or flight. What seems
well, I guess
the
I
most
pick
applicable?
flight. Because flight would mean going back down where that thing is, and
Which I think
also
you're more
losing my body probably.
Which I think you're more scared of at this point, that thing behind you. I think with that revelation of this strength, like this sappened power from Hilo, at this point all you can do is just fight back. Do you say anything to him?
I think Gideon just sort of looks at Hilo and snarls and says, "If you deserved my body, you would have already gotten it by now, but no. You've never been able to do it, and you won't do it now.
I refuse to join this grave of forgotten gods! We need power right now, and you don't have it!"
Neither do you.
Roll for initiative. We're gonna cut away. As this is happening, the rest of you break out into the streets of Avernus. What are you doing?
Yeah, we're heading to get that vehicle, right?
Yeah, going to get the car.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mahadi has outlined an instruction for you at this point on the basic route to make it towards this area. And I think it's not too long before you're able to make your way down the streets of Avernus. It's strange. Despite the fact that it's not corroding at the moment, the streets are not busy right now. They should be. They should be, though. You see the couple of scattered people down the ends of alleyways, and they're all heading in one direction. It's the same direction you're going. And the closer you get, the more you're starting to see. To the point where it's reasonable to say that this isn't just some coincidence. This is a forming crowd. Unfortunately, this is the direction you're going. I'm gonna have everyone in this group outside roll a basic stealth check to see how under the radar they go.
I'm so good at stealth. I roll at disadvantage because of my heavy armor. That is a... That's so sad. I got a nat 20 on my disadvantage roll. That's a 13.
Ooh. 13, 19. So that's a 13 from Moloch, a 19 from Sween. That is a 23 from Korah. Dakota, would you like to roll for me? Yeah, you're already on it.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Perfect. Let me know when you get it. Just a stealth roll. We're basically just trying to see at this point. It's an even number, interestingly enough, here. Okay. We do indeed barely go under the radar. You bump into the shoulders of a couple of people on your way down the street, but people seem to be too busy in a rush of sorts to really pay too much mind to you all as they're all making their way down. There's idle chatter throughout the crowds and such, just kind of like general conversing about stuff going on. You hear the name getting thrown out a bunch, though, through basic intuition. Zariel. 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 Her name carries like a plague across everyone's lips. You are starting to make your way closer. But the crowd is getting thicker.
Is that like aura of Zariel, like from when we were in the
No, it's
prison?
not here. No.
It's not there, okay.
Yeah. But if you want, you could always try and get a more deeper lay of the lands around you.
Yeah.
Through like insight checks, etc.
Yeah. Can I insight check?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I also love to insight check.
You guys can insight if you want to hear what people are talking about or see the general vibe of the place. You could roll investigation to see if anything seems like if you're looking for anything in particular, or you could roll perception to see if you're not seeing something.
Oh wait, if I can do perception, I'm gonna do that instead.
All right. So 22 insight. With your journalistic intent, you are very good at picking up on stories on the wind. And the narrative becomes pretty apparent pretty quickly. Zariel has announced a speech in person in the plaza, making one of her rare in-the-flesh appearances in front of Avernus. As a declaration.
Did we hear from Gideon about Zariel's plans to expand the corrosion from 76%?
Did Gideon say that part?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he told them their plan was to, but we stopped it. I mean, I explained all that when we were stopping the Kostchtchie.
Yeah.
I'll say, my journalistic opinion, we should get the fuck out of there. Professionally, from a journalistic perspective. Because we have a secondary option, and if the option entails not being closer to Zariel, I think that's actually safer.
With a 15 perception, Korah, you see Nereid-Ashes in the window of a nearby building. You catch the edge of his frame ascending upwards through a tower It's hard to get a good enough look to see exactly what he's doing or what he's carrying. And it's even harder to parse when you see a shadow approach him through the slot in the window. You pause for a moment to look at the scene, long enough to see a flash of movement and something akin to a struggle. There's a moment of conflict in there, a sudden sharp noise that you can barely hear over the muffled conversation that's growing louder and louder the closer you get to the heart of the city. But you see Neuraxis tackle this large figure. And eventually flip his hair back, stand up again with shaky movements, wipe ichor off his nose, and keep walking up the building with a mission in his eyes.
If I can see him, can I just cast a quick message to just say "M okay," and that's it?
Are you asking him if he's okay?
No, he's saying M is in Mahadi okay.
Mahadi okay.
Yeah, he'll do like MA just so it's not like "Are you okay?"
You see eyes flash down to you from the windowsill. Good. If whatever you're out here for needs a distraction, you're about to get one.
So I'm going to message Sween. I'm gonna message Sween, Dakota, and Moloch all like separately because it's a cantrip, so I'm not wasting spell slots. But each of them is just going to get. Neuraxis is planning something soon. I wouldn't
Zariel.
actually counter caveat. I'm not gonna say Neuraxis. I'm just gonna say someone is planning something soon, and it's not Zariel.
I'm assuming I also relayed the information that they're heading towards Zariel
Yeah,
right now.
you have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, do we want to stick to this course?
No.
We got a distraction, but it's also closer to Zariel.
Kind of risky.
How many of us have teleport abilities? I have Misty Step and I can fly.
Not me.
I can
I know
teleport, but it's not quiet.
The spell fly, but I can't do much else.
You, Moloch, you have invisibility, yes?
No?
I thought you did. Never mind. How confident are we in our ability to get the fuck out of here if shit goes wrong?
For reference, this place is about a block and a half away from where everyone is conversing. Where you are currently going, it's still a block and a half away. So that is a
I will
whole
say the-
whole block and a half.
The crowd cover also does give us the benefit of not being seen as easily.
Right, but the question is whether we want to risk being near Zariel at all.
We're going to have to risk being eventually. It's just going to happen.
Right, but when it does happen, I'd rather be better prepared. We have other options. We don't have to be here.
That's true. We can get out of here now and not risk it. I don't.
The only
Well,
possible
there's the other
benefit to
plane.
us is knowing Zariel's plan that she's announcing. We could extract that from someone else later.
Where's the other place that what's
Nearby?
his face was talking about?
It is nearby, but like 2 or 3 blocks away, as opposed to 1 block.
So it would be further from Zariel.
Yeah.
And we could get there in a
Not
reasonable
even-
amount of time.
It's not even that much further.
Would you rather be closer to or further from Zariel?
We'd rather know what you're planning. If we're going to be cautious, then sure. Should leave.
I mean, Dakota, Sween, what do you think?
I am also partial to leaving. I think we're putting ourselves at quite the risk.
I would rather the third time I meet Zariel be when we take her down.
We can get a lot stronger before we have to confront her.
should have clairvoyance. That would be beneficial, wouldn't it have been? But no, Korah, you don't need to take clairvoyance because there's nothing you need to do with it. A conversation with myself.
Nice.
We go now, or do we walk forward and leave? You lead the way. You know where to.
Look, somebody's gonna provide us a distraction, right? I'd argue that's a good time to get out.
I thought the whole point was leaving before the... You know what?
Yeah, Zariel's not there yet. All you would be doing at this point would just be like walking a couple blocks to the side, just veering off from the rest of the crowd, pushing forward.
Yeah.
I think we should just go now then.
All right.
If it wasn't clear, I'm not the best at stealth. I jingle my big, fat, heavy armor.
Okay, stop making the extra noise, maybe. I don't need you to make it for emphasis.
All
You
right,
guys-
let's go.
Make the nearest turn at the nearest kind of like winding path that leads down into a cramped hallway. Skittering down this hall once again to join the crowd, you see another group of fiends kind of walking past. You see this barbed devil slowly making its way goodbye, just kind of like... Gives a side glance towards you all.
Wanna die?
You look familiar. Sorry. Walks past.
Korah's gonna pull his raincoat hood up.
You guys slowly make your way. And at this point, with how many people have converged in the center of the square known as Zariel's Pit, you find yourself breaking out into a small drop with a ladder leading deep, deep down. Down that pit, there are a series of kind of old dilapidated rugs left out, and some fiends of various shapes and sizes, sharpening knives of bone, and overall making these grotesque noises. They're over a series of goods that are kind of laid out, just not really stored in any way that's seems all that good for them, just kind of laid out across different cloths and the like. And as they see you all lean above the edge of this, kind of looking down at them all in the pit, a bunch of these eyes that kind of reflect in the dark like a coyote's just all look up towards you. Just waiting for you to drop down. You looking for a deal?
Yeah, we're looking for the gems, right?
Yeah.
Out of character. Yeah. Then, yeah, I'll say that. So what were the gems called?
Just sulfuric gemstones.
Okay. Yeah, we're looking for sulfuric gemstones.
Come on down. We don't bite.
We do, though.
Roll intimidation.
Okay. Let me just see. My modifier. That is a 18.
18. Cool. Yeah. You garner some level of respect. Just the sheer presence of the lot of you up at the top. There's a couple of murmurs throughout the group. Some kind of nudging discussion between them. You can just barely hear. We seen them before? I don't know. Look familiar. Not sure. And a couple of glances up that are double taking you all. But it's at the point where you've, at least with this statement, commanded enough respect that no one's immediately jumping at your throat.
Okay.
It is
And
kind of a
as
series of imps and closets, for reference, that are down here.
Cool. Yeah, as I do enter, I do want to channel my divinity, act on instinct, just to raise my charisma, so I can talk to people properly.
Yeah. Again, you see a series of mats on the floor covered in a series of... goods is not a good term for them.
Beds.
There's not many other people down here besides the vendors who seem a little bit more focused on their jobs rather than joining up at the fray. In fact, interestingly enough, you do see sprayed and clawed against the wall. It's more like, actually, that it's been a head slammed into the side of the wall and marked with a great blackened streak of ichor. which is basically a common form of graffiti tagging down here, using someone else as your paint, per se, that just says, "Down with the false queen."
Interesting. Very interesting.
So it seems the vibe down here is not pro-Zariel, per se. There's only a couple of people through the marketplace that are purchasing things. Does anyone have a passive perception over 13?
I do.
I think I do.
Cool. As you're scanning across the shops looking for the one selling the gemstones, looking for glint, you see a human standing at one of the vendor booths.
Like a human, like a mortal?
Koshiro.
Amazing. Well, we're not Gideon.
He's
So it's gonna veer around.
sat in front of a small booth stand and has, from what you can tell, created a massive berth around that one stand where there are a series of stands that have no fiends manning them anymore. Because they've all given him about a 30-foot wide radius at this point. And he's just picking up swords. Rusted, magical. Currently he reaches down towards this kind of great rusted machete and just wraps his shaking, aged hands around it.
Where are the gemstones that we're looking for? And over to Moloch.
Do we find them? And are they
They're in the booth next to Koshiro right now,
amazing?
as luck would have it.
Okay, well, you know what?
Fuck.
Fortune favors the bold.
Uh-huh.
What if we wandered around a little bit first?
They're right there, and there's not many stalls. I think the option.
All right.
Just
Okay, last time we were near that guy, all magic failed, right?
I don't know, really. I couldn't really see much to the arena. Come on, it's
Awesome.
like tearing off a bandage. Korah is going to like straighten his raincoat and his like robes, and is just gonna walk very slowly up to the stand where the crystals are. His wings are like tucked in to his sides. He's really trying hard not to make himself look too big.
I flash over towards you for less than a millisecond, but it seems like he's scanned over your entire frame. You see a morose pondering fall over his face for a moment.
I'm gonna pick up one of the crystals.
You reach down towards it. His eyes flash down again. If it's for Revivify, don't.
No? It's not. Thank you for your advice. I've never used that spell myself.
It would be in
He'll-
vain.
He'll check the price. How much is it?
It's like 20 soul coins.
Wait, is Kojiro not the merchant, right?
Kochiro,
No.
no, Kochiro is not the merchant.
I'm
Kochiro
assuming
is-
it's, like,
is
written
stealing
on the-
shit. Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
assuming it's written on it though.
Yeah,
He's not gonna
Kochiro's
pay for it.
stealing
He's just
shit.
gonna like
Yeah, we
flick
can't
it into
bargain
his,
for this,
his
though. I mean, for the favor of not drawing too much attention of ourselves.
I'll just keep talking as I'm like flicking the crystal back and forth in my hand. It's like, well, Why would you use something like this for Revivify? Do you usually need a diamond?
Where is he?
You need to be more specific.
You know who I talk about.
And you assume that I can tell you that?
You're held at knife point.
When I say I cannot say, I cannot say. I'm being truthful with you.
He puts a thumb on your cheek. You feel it burn and sizzle against you. If it's a pact, then right now, you don't have it.
I would rather not. I am a loyal thief. You don't find those very often.
Loyalty means little.
You
getting
maybe.
You won't be getting any prizes for this. All you'll be getting is your own demise.
I found recently that does not matter. If you reduce my core to ash, that only gives me what I want.
And what if I kill you?
Gives me what I've been searching for. That answer to why you human, or not human, mortals, have such a knack for survival. Fiends like to think that their nature is above all, but when faced with the ideal of death, they cower at the chance. But mortals...
Take 26 points of slashing damage.
Yep.
He drives it halfway into your neck and catches the bit of the bone inside of you so that you stop talking and choke on your own ichor.
Hey, what do you have to gain from intimidating an underling?
And you speak.
Trying to find the location of someone? And you think he would know?
You
Don't have to get himself in a hag pact.
Wait, what did you just say?
Oh, I did. Can I take that back?
No, you fucking can't!
Okay. All right.
So she lived. Presses Torah to the ground with his foot, stomps down, crushes against your skull, smushes it, heavy and thick against the paved ground. Take another 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
Wait, doesn't this also reveal that Korah's working from...
It's not active right now. Koshiro's kind of just...
Koshiro's touching Korah.
Mm.
Say 15.
But when he stopped...
I mean, Korah didn't reveal the information of his own volition.
That doesn't matter.
I don't think it was.
That doesn't matter. That is a specific
Okay.
part of the pact.
Okay.
Koshiro knows now.
Yeah.
Ah, you just fucked it.
My bad.
He slowly lifts his foot off of you. Drops the bloodied blade to the ground. Walks away. Korah and Dakota make a wisdom saving throw.
Does anyone want to help Dakota out?
Can
Can
I?
anyone help Dakota?
You can
I
give
can
a help.
probably use.
Yeah, what do you want to use?
I was
It's
gonna
a
use
saving
my
throw,
flash.
isn't it?
It's a saving throw. Yeah, so help
Use my
action isn't
flash.
applicable here. You can make it an 8, but I don't think that's gonna be enough.
That won't be enough, so I'm just gonna leave it be.
Dakota drops to the ground and starts writhing in a seizure. And starts shaking. Pulsing, chest moving, thumping up and down, hands starting to just thrash against the ground. Which makes it all the more frustrating that at this moment, too, the entire ground of Avernus starts to shake as well. So any one of you trying to rush towards Dakota or Korah's side, I need everyone to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Do me and Dakota automatically fail?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dakota and Korah, you guys are both knocked prone onto the ground.
Okay. I've never been good at dex saves. I got a 2.
16.
16, 2. Boo, you drop prone to the ground. Sween, you are now the only one up. What are you trying to do here? What do you want to do? What is your split-second reaction? What is it? Dakota is seizing on the ground. Korah is bleeding out.
I think Sween would more likely just reach for Korah, who is actively bleeding out Iker, or Icor, right?
Yes. You rush towards Korah, scoop Korah up.
That stupid fiend! Open your damn mouth!
Are you okay?
I will be when we get out of here! And there's
Right.
like, as Sween is looking down, there is the look of the sulfur gem that he has tucked into his robes. Because he was being attacked, so
Yeah.
he's just gonna shove that shit into his pocket.
Yeah. And as the ground continues to rattle beneath you, you all hear from far away a gruesome sound that feels like it pierces your very existence. A scratching of blasted microphone feedback and nails sharp against a chalkboard. The smack of hot, crackling metal against now boiling flesh. Every vent, every alleyway, every crevice of the city howls like a dying animal. Illuminating. For a moment you swear the sun has made its home within every twist of the city, this great unholy radiance, all of Avernus eclipsed. You feel eyes under those sewer pipes and iron grates. You feel the ache of the city crumble beneath your feet. And at once, a biblical downpour of light from the direction of the city square, as if every moving thing has frozen with how harsh the light blinking is. Stuttering the frame rate of reality itself, gold stings your vision, refusing to let you think as it pulses and pounds and cracks. Descending from the sky, a monolith of a woman, standing like a ziggurat, clad in her leather-strapped attire, pressed skin-tight over sharpened features, eyes like sunken black holes inlaid with burning hellfire, a bloodied red streak of light resting over her head, black lipstick and sharp eyebrows, and red flares of corrosion in the folds of her wings. Denizens of Avernus! The booming is so loud you can all barely gather yourselves. What are you all trying to do here? The ground is shaking. What is your instinct? What do you want to do? Just get the fuck out?
What was that voice?
Zariel.
Oh, awesome.
Run.
We need to leave. We need to fucking leave right now. Bloody crap. We got what we needed. We need to get the fuck out of here.
You, with the crystal in hand, I'm assuming, Sween, are you gonna, like, help pick anyone else up, or are you just taking Korah and going?
Yeah, I'll
I'm
scoop
assuming-
up Dakota.
Okay,
Well,
yeah.
aren't you on the ground?
You
Oh,
are
yeah,
on the
right.
ground, but you're able to, like, slowly pick yourselves up because you were just prone. Boo,
Yeah, I'm-
you go towards Dakota to try and pick Dakota up. Emmet, what happens?
Is he still seizing? I'm sorry.
He is seizing. What happens when someone touches Dakota?
Oh! I am so sorry. 1 sec. I have to go back in our DMs.
All good, all good.
Some sort of cursed one?
I believe that it's a Constitution saving throw.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a nat 20.
Yeah. A natural 20 is going to succeed. You are going to take half damage.
Okay.
As
Roll
you,
that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a lot of dice.
Yeah.
That's 20.
That is 20. So 20 halved is going to be 10 points of fire damage.
No, 20
oh.
is half.
Oh, is
It's
halved.
40
I
is
forgot about
originally.
No, it's
that.
fine. I resist fire. It
You
is halved
resist
again.
fire, so it's halved again,
Oh,
so you're
there
taking
you go.
10 fire damage. You reach towards Dakota and try to grab on, and you are... No, wait, with Dakota-specific fire, you are not resistant.
Okay.
Yeah, as you
Am I still
find...
allowed to like grip on though?
You're gonna take more damage.
Okay. I mean, Dakota doesn't seem capable of moving on his own,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Then I have to.
Yep. You just reach forward and you grab onto Dakota and you feel this charring sensation go up your arms as you grab onto it. Sween, you hear the sound of sizzling eel next to you, a sound that is deafeningly familiar to you as you turn around and see exactly where Moloch is holding on to Dakota. There is now just like this ripe redness that is spreading across Dakota's body. Dakota, you can barely speak right now. Is there anything you're saying? You could just barely choke out words.
Let go!
Okay. I mean, if he says so.
Dakota is dropped to the ground.
Am I able to try at all to get up, or am I still kind of seizing a bit?
You're able to just barely get yourself to stand. The problem is that there is a ladder to get out of here.
Oh!
Yeah.
Anybody got vortex warp?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
I have fly.
You'll fly? Yeah, you can attempt to fly. You might need someone to
I guess
catch you
it's-
if you fail.
True, that's why I'm nervous. I'm nervous to do that.
Can we just like climb the top of the ladder and then vortex warp Dakota up there?
You could if someone has vortex warp.
I mean, yeah, as an actively like what I want to do is like.
Yeah, okay, you have
Oh,
it.
I was like, what?
Okay.
I have
I
vortex.
was like, who
Yeah,
has
it's out
it?
there.
Okay, yeah. So, Sween, you are going to just, like, start climbing up the ladder as Dakota is just shaking on the bottom there. Moloch, you are still just, like, shaking off this stinging sensation of fire that's starting to just creep up and just hit the sides of your head in a familiar way, almost. I'm assuming you turn as
Really?
well to start climbing up.
Yeah.
Dakota, you are still shaking down below. As your body feels like it's buckling underneath you. You're struggling to even get yourself standing to your own 2 feet. You head towards the ladder, but you definitely can't. Sween, I'd imagine, is advising you to just stay still, that they're gonna get you out of here. You feel a sensation that you felt before. The sensation of your body trying to turn into something that you aren't. Clawing up you as raised letters and words start to bump up on your skin, turning this blasted red, like the kind of the darkened red tips of your feet and your arms. It starts to rise up. It's a bunch of deep sylvan text starting to wrap around you. It's kind of going up you like this darkened scrawl infection. Whatever is happening, it's not immediate, at the very least, but it is spreading fast. Sween, you get to the top of the ladder, you vortex warp Dakota up. And as you're all on the streets again, you see through that kind of like barrier that goes, you see through the alleyway that you have to like crawl back through to start getting on your way back. You hear the voice echoing from afar. It is with pride in my core that I am to see such acrimony upon your faces. For you, my people, have felt it as well as I have, the growing umbrage from the audacity of those who bring their fear to our great city. Just 1 week ago, we had the betrayal of Sween Cod. And as much speculation has been posited, we can now confirm, after thorough investigation by the Hell Riders, that such an act was no fault of Avernian strength, but a deliberate and targeted scheme as a result of conspiracy between the forces of Asmodeus and the rest of the traitorous Nine and Ethos. Yes, for years, sabotage by our own Archdevil King. What kind of king hides such valuable information from his people? The resources we could have had, strength we could have accumulated. And yet, all these years, enforced by the likes of Archdevils, Mephistopheles, Belial, Thierna, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. We now have confirmation that Ethos has been hidden for the sake of coveting resources behind our back. For too long, Avernus has been the lowest of the hells. We have claim over Ethos. We hold the border. We are Hell's finest warriors. And now, this betrayal grows all the more insulting by the day. Open your eyes, Avernus! Our radio towers collapsed by mortal invaders sponsored by the like of Phlegethos enforcers, and the cursed, wretched thing dumped at our doorstep by Malodromini and Mephistopheles' own consort. And where else could these mortals have come from, if not from the likes of Avernian terrorist Sween Cod? These insurgents walk amongst our streets now, fellow citizens, hiding in our alleyways, seated under our noses, hidden through tunnels and alleys added secret by forces sent in by Nessus. This betrayal goes beyond just Avernus. They disrespect the law of hell. Power. By stifling your attempts to claim it for yourself. They can try to poison us, but Avernus is strong. For this treason there is one solution. Reclaim what should have always been ours. Denizens of Avernus, I hear your outrage. I feel it tenfold. It is in my ichor that I feel hate towards those who have seemed to put us down. And it is with our hate that we will rage against their pathetic tactics with force. This will no longer be a cold war of ichor, for they are no better than mortals. This will be a blood war. A grotesque miasma of screams, rattling throughout the crowd. arms thrusting into the air, screams and these deep, kind of guttural noises. You can't tell if it's agony or pleasure or just pure fucking rage at everything happening. You see, pushing through that crowd is that spined devil. You. Yeah, you. Holy shit. I found him. I fucking found him! I found him! What are you doing?
Can I?
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I want to shove my elbow into his mouth.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll to hit.
That's a crit.
That's a crit.
That's a
Yeah,
critical
you
elbow?
shoved your elbow into his mouth and just like slammed his mouth shut. To which immediately, unless you're rolling stealth, you were going to draw the attention of more people as he chokes and screams on your like elbow, shoving into him. As you see heads beginning to turn and whispers starting to break out through the crowd. Chants are beginning to rise up amongst the crowd. Blood war! Blood war! Blood war! Blood for our queen!
Bracers of greed and sight greed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm just gonna like throw a gemstone just like as far away as I can from us,
Yep,
so people are attracted to that.
You cast Insight Greed, take your bracelet, and just like rip a gem off it and just throw it into the crowd. And I'm assuming you guys are booking it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you guys start to run, making your way deep back into the streets again, hearing the chanting growing louder, covering the entire surface of Avernus itself, this screaming, this chant, the calls for the war of great blood to be spilled. It's as if for a moment, as you stamp your feet on the ground, you see everything hit slow motion. From the top of a building, you see a glint. The same building that Nereid-Ashes was on. Does anyone want to look up?
Yeah.
Korah? You turn to face the rooftops. Your neck too mangled to speak or say anything. As you see Nereid-Ashes at the edge of the building, with a railgun pointed at Zariel. Did I disconnect? No, I didn't.
No. Good. Sweet. Move. Pray to whatever god you think cares.
What?
Run and pray to whatever god you think cares.
Are we not already running?
You are running, but
Urgency.
yeah, urgency to run faster.
Yeah.
As I'd imagine your eyes naturally drift up towards what Korah is so spooked over.
Oh, yeah, then... Okay, let's run. Moloch.
Yeah, I'm running.
Run.
Where's Dakota?
Dakota's with you,
Wait.
running shakily.
Okay.
Are you...
You
Okay.
all see the same type of glyph that Haruman made to surround the tower. A hellfire glyph from Nereid-Ashes' railgun. One more job and I'm free. That's what they always say. As he charges up this great device and sends a beam that looks like a starlight streak through the sky and shoots it directly towards Zariel's head. We are going to go on break. We'll be right back. And we're back, where we last left off. A streak of light split the sky from the attack of the Ploybreaker Nereid-Ashes. However, we aren't going to go there right now. We return to initiative. Gideon.
Yeah.
This is just going to be theater of the mind for this one, because we're kind of just relatively in close straight scuffling against this chain here. Hilo is currently about 30 feet up above you, climbing up the chain. It is your turn. What would you like to do?
I think for one, I'm going to start, climbing the train, and I think I'm just going to start climbing the chain, and he's just going to sort of, for one, he's just going to yell at Hilo and just go, "You had your chance. I gave you a chance to be more, to come in, to do something. But no, you didn't. I called you in the void. You did nothing."
Hold me in the void? Do you know what they did to us in the void? You brought us there in the first place. You should have let her fall. No, it was that blasted curiosity in your mind, just like Corellin's.
You've been dead for a long time, Hilo. You just haven't realized it yet. And, I'm gonna hit him with I'm gonna cast Tasha's Mind Whip on him.
Gotcha. Go for it. What do I
Save.
roll? Yeah, in save?
In save.
It's only a 16.
Oh, he fails.
Yeah. Insanely weakened, once again, you can tell, just by the way he's fully staggered by it, and it's as if someone being hit in the face for the first time. It's that look of, that expression that they get on their face, where it's just raw, utter confusion at a situation, as you send this, beam towards him, this lance of energy, as he just stumbles and just grips again against the chain. You don't know what you've let in, Gideon!
I'm sure you have something to say about it.
I think, is that your turn? Just climbing up and doing that?
Movement, action. Yeah, I think that's my turn, yeah.
Yeah. So just slowly climbing up and such, using your 30 feet to just get on the chain and just climb up right underneath him. He's gonna just attempt to weakly kick you off. So at this point it's just gonna be, unarmed strike. But you're still gonna have to roll, acrobatics to stay on the chain. If he hits you.
Okay.
26.
Oh, wait, he also takes 26 to hit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that hits. Also, he took, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 psychic damage.
14 psychic damage, yeah. Since this is still getting struck with, one of those piercing legs of Hilo, that still is, it swirls up with this level of radiance as it's going to slam down against you. So that is going to be 5 bludgeoning damage plus 10 radiant damage. As he just sends this needle point down towards you, trying to just slam at your throat, trying to push you off at this point. There are things that people like us should never touch. Perfect little imperfections we are. You've sent something here to destroy us by almost letting that thing in your mind, by letting it in for even a second. We are tainted, and you are not strong enough to do anything about it. Just like you've never been strong enough for any of this. Just like you're not gonna be strong enough to save this world without me! Yeah, can't do...
Never. You're not even strong enough to live your own life.
Damn. Yeah, just slams that down onto you. Unfortunately, can't do anything else. Still reeling and grappling with the sensation of just, mind fire in his head as he just grips against the side of the chain. Just, no, I'm trying to help us, you fool! What is, your turn? It is your turn.
Yeah. I'm gonna move another 30 feet upward.
Okay. Clamoring past him at this point. I don't think I can take an
Yeah.
opportunity attack with the thing that you put on me. Can I?
Let me check. I think you might be able to, because it
Yeah.
ends at the end of your turn, yeah.
Okay. then I am going to take a reaction and try to just, like, grab you. Like, I'm just trying to claw at your leg at this point.
Yeah.
Does a 19 hit?
Does a 19 hit? It would normally, but I'm going to shield it so it doesn't.
Yep, so shield springs out from your ward as a claw tries to go into your leg and it just bounces off. And at this point, he's just kind of hanging on by just the legs twisted around because he only has that one shadowy limp appendage kind of like laying broken at the side alongside the other hand, which he tries to grasp back for, but he's still like vaguely wavering on the chain at this point.
Then I'm going to action dash for another 30 feet. Then I'm going to Misty Step for another 30 feet, so there's 90 feet between us.
Yeah, absolutely. You just like keep climbing and climbing and climbing at this point. You can't leave me down here with this thing!
And stop trying to kill me and come up. Do you know why? When I made the spell, the Avatar spell, it manifested as my own madness and not you. Because you could never learn how to fucking share. How to not be in fucking control. And if you can learn that for once, maybe you can live today.
Roll persuasion at advantage.
Okay. Alright. And then I had the persuasion, not a lot, I don't think. Yeah. 16.
There's a moment of hesitation. Desperate hand reaches out to grab back onto the chain. Eyes slowly roll up to meet yours. I'm a mad thing. First one, they're gonna purge. Because I'm perfect. Because I'm perfect and they hate it. Eyes glaze off in the distance. All I've ever wanted. Something better than this virus. Than this cycle.
Then break it.
Kilo starts trying to inch his way up the chain. Gideon! He reaches his hand up. It's your turn.
Yeah, I think Gideon's gonna... Yeah, fuck it. I think Gideon's gonna cast Bigby's hand, and he's just gonna try to grab Hilo to bring him up with him while he climbs.
Yeah. You cast Bigby's hand. I'd imagine that it kind of just, like, it extends out from your nub and just, like, goes out towards and grabs onto his and just starts pulling him up. This kind of pathetic, deflated god is starting to get dragged up by your own force. He's immensely heavy. A troublesome weight to be carrying up. It's not easy. It's not some grand affair where all has been shaken off. It still feels like you're heaving a mountain up behind you. But you're doing so. You climb and climb and climb until you find yourself at the top and are able to roll over the side and just slam yourself onto the ground. I'm assuming that you kind of roll back over to make sure that your concentration remains on the big bee's hand.
Yeah.
As you roll back over, hand tugging upward. You see a face the size of a planet. Of just widened teeth. Rising two spindly little hands out of the darkness. To me? Like a viper striking, it reaches up and grabs onto Hilo's tiny little ankles, those kind of like appendage, those stick-like appendages, and you feel this cosmic weight pull against you. I'm going to have you roll contested when you were in the void. You gained access to an old thing. A contested will roll.
Yeah.
We are working with old modifiers here, so that is going to be added with a plus 11 to you for your will roll. It's just a flat d20 plus 11 given the modifiers that would be applicable to you if you existed within that realm in the void.
Yeah.
Because whatever force this is forcing this out of you again.
Okay. You mentioned back then. You mentioned environmental modifiers, things that add to your bonus depending on the environment.
Yes.
I mean, considering this sort of is my mindscape, I'm wondering if I can like sort of just let the madness seep in, just sort of start burning things, just bring it to the forefront.
You can absolutely do that. I will give you an environmental modifier of plus 2.
Okay.
That's plus 13 to your roll.
Gotcha. That is a dirty 20.
Damn. You rolled low, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Hilo's desperate law of order. Roll again.
Alright. Okay, that's better. That's 29.
29? Oh. Against. Okay, yeah, wow, damn. Against a 28.
Oh, okay.
This great hand outstretches, and I think because it is so close of a struggle, that these hands reach up, and despite how small and diminutive they are, they're able to just wrap around and just start tugging and tugging and tugging. Hilo in the midst is just a god in pain, racking with pain. You just start mantling this flame through your mind, letting it sear forward. You have rejected this force before. You can do it again. You hear a snap. Thick. And wet. Suddenly, a force comes writhing up towards you. What was heavy as Hilo now feels as light as a feather in comparison to the weight that it tugged against you. The Big Bee's hand drops the upper torso of Hilo in front of you.
Hilo.
Crawls towards you, legless, as you've been under his command over your body before. It's feeding off me. It's going to get stronger.
Yes, I can imagine. What is it?
A remnant. A dark scar. Implanted by that thing that tricked you in the void. I couldn't get to you, that wasn't me in there. That sinful thing. It's from another cycle. I know little. Forgotten gods, forgotten times, not even privy to us. People like us, the mad things, we get only remnants of it. Scorching the embers of old flames. Twisted them. It's trying to grow. Something new. It's from beyond the door.
Okay. Is it related to demons?
Yes. I believe so.
Okay then.
And I fear
Okay.
that I've come to a revelation.
Which is?
That I was never your curse. You are mine.
Are you ready for change? You know. You sure? Because for change, the kind we need, breaking the cycle, requires blasphemy of the highest order. To dislodge what was, so you can decide what will be.
Gideon. My siblings always thought me blasphemous. I'm the mad Colossi. making my perfect little creations like you.
Maybe we can get somewhere. I'm taking your feathers. In the meantime, try to pull yourself together.
Slumps onto the ground. Come back to make sure it doesn't get me. I weaken myself to you for this request.
No worry. If it gets you up here, it's already too late for me, and probably many others as well.
Hilo falls slack against the ground, seemingly resting. You start to see kind of bands of these silver rings starting to form around him to try and make some kind of protective shell for the time being. But he does indeed reach out, pull some feathers, and chuck them towards you.
Yeah, I guess Gideon takes them and then tries to pull himself out of his own mindscape.
You open your eyes. Are you okay? Your thoughts were gone.
I'm fine. I was somewhere else.
Mindscapes are the weirdest thing. She reaches down to your hand and plucks out the feathers that have miraculously appeared in them. Maggie's, be ready for, an attempt to try and extract her, and hopefully they should all be back with the sulfur soon, so we should get things moving.
Okay.
But the ground starts to rumbling outside.
We don't know what that could be, so we don't have time to investigate. Okay, let's just help B and hope everyone else can do their job.
She stands up, kind of like offers you a hand to help you up as well, because you seemingly just went through a bit of a scuffle.
Yeah.
And as she starts to kind of walk towards the room with Maggie inside, you notice a barbed tail sticking out from the lower end of her hakama. We are going to swap back over to the sky being split. So, why did I close my document? That's my question. The sky is split in two. It looks like a shooting star that pries itself open into the mouth of a serpent, crashing straight towards Zariel. As it approaches, the eyeliner of the Archdevil, wielder of a hellfire, begins to drip down her cheek as if melting. She stands, unflinching, and there's barely the time to catch it, but you do. Just out of the corner of your eyes as you're running away, the flash of movement of dark-sheened armor. Swish and unsheath a blade and hold it up sideways towards the oncoming blast. The air goes flash fire hot, and for reference, at this point with how fast you guys are running, you are about 200 feet away from what is currently happening in the plaza. With that in mind, everyone make a Constitution saving throw despite this.
Okay. 16.
DC 18.
Constitution.
16, 22. Yeah.
Dakota, roll a con.
Con save,
Yeah,
Coda.
sorry, I was rolling
Perfect.
it.
No, you're fine. I just didn't know if you heard it.
24. Okay. DC for this one, once again, was 18. So, Boo, you are taking the entire 40 fire damage here.
Okay, yay.
Yeah.
Is it resistible fire damage?
From this distance, yes. So you're
Okay,
taking 20. Everyone else is also indeed taking 20. Unless they're resistant or immune. Resistance and immunities come into play with this fire because of the distance. Though it is hellfire. Flames. What's up?
So I'm down.
Yikes.
Well, okay, question. Quick question.
Yes.
Sween is carrying me. He's a very big fish.
If Sween is willing to take a bit more damage for the sake of you
Oh
not
wait, can I
going
just
under,
cast shield?
it's
No,
a
I don't think
it's
that
a
was-
saving throw.
Yeah, never.
If Sween is
Precisely.
willing to take a bit more damage, then yes.
Do you have absorb elements?
Oh.
I do not.
I mean, considering that I'm probably holding Korah, much like a cradled baby owl, I would assume that I'm kind of covering Korah anyway, so I think it would make sense for Sween to try and take the brunt of
Okay.
it.
You are going to take 10 more points of fire damage, and Korah, hopefully that reduces it back down to...
Yeah, that does.
Yeah.
We're doing good.
As it around your back, Sween, once again, you guys hear the sound of crackling fish skin cooking from behind, as it's just a blast of heat. That's the thing. There's no flames shooting down the alleyways. It's just a blast of heat. From the center of the plaza, flame buckled out around Haruman's sword as his hand, full force took the front of this damage with the blade deflecting it from the front, as it poops out as a circle around him and Zariel, leaving a massive puff of smog in its wake and a crater where the Grand Pit once was, where only a choice few remain standing. A number of people standing in the square, some of the toughest fiends of hell, that being a couple of pit fiends, etc., just barely standing in the midst of it. None of you guys could see it from this angle, but they all have small kiss marks on their collarbone. And they start to make a mad dash towards the people in the center of the cloud of smoke, towards Zariel and towards Haruman. What you also don't hear is Zariel going, Haruman? Take out the consort. Yes, my queen. Haruman begins to rush down the sides of the street with his blade dragging against the ground behind him. You guys see rising sparks shooting up from the distance as that blade starts to heat the air. The air is getting hotter by the second as it starts to, like a jet engine beginning to burn. It is leading out from vents. There are massive pillars of smoke shooting out as he is chasing down the alleyway towards the building that Nereid-Ashes is on. Are you guys continuing to just run?
I don't think any of us.
This, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see Haruman now booking it the fuck down the street.
Okay.
Relative to us, where is Haruman booking it?
Towards the building that Nereid-Ashes is on.
How far is that from us?
And how
it is
much running?
It's right next to you guys at where you're currently running.
Can I message Nereid-Ashes just to say, get out?
Spell bounces off because Nereid-Ashes is unconscious.
Oh, nice.
We need to get him out of there now.
Still have a vortex warp?
Yeah.
What is the range of Vortex Warp?
90 feet, but I can increase the feet if I want it.
Yes, if you could... Up to what?
Up to, 1 second, I need to do the math here. Up to 150.
Up to 150, that is just enough.
Okay.
So Sween, I'm assuming that you're casting your hand up in the air and swishing the air around, and you Vortex Warp Nereid-Ashes back down into your arms, to which you see him unconscious, fully, smoking and such off of his body. You see, this whip that has kind of been wrapped around his body that seems to just, like, be kind of tugging against it, seemingly repairing itself from the shape of a railgun that it had made before. As he just is sizzling up, like, once again, covered in these, like, flames and smoke.
Yeah.
One arm is Neuraxis, one arm is Korah. Boo, I'm assuming you're steadying Dakota. As you guys start to run,
Is there a flyer nearby?
you see Haruman jump in a of light about 60 feet into the air, unsheath the sword, split the building in two. Everyone makes a dexterity saving throw as it starts to crumble down.
Oh god.
Dakota,
Amazing.
disadvantage because you are currently seizing.
Damn.
Dexterity. Oh, God, I missed stuff.
Can we know the DC?
Yes. 20.
Ha! Ha ha ha! Alright, I hope you guys are ready to see a hag spawn real soon.
Are you able to, what's it called? Flash of Genius while seizing?
Yes, Dakota can flash of genius.
I think Dakota should Flash of Genius Korah.
I will.
I'm
Okay.
at 9 health points.
Yep,
9
you're getting...
HP.
Flashed of Genius. You
Flash
get a
of-
plus
Thank
4.
you.
By the way, Flash of Genius onto Sween would also get Korah and Neuraxis out of there.
All right, we're
Okay.
doing it twice then.
Probably
Okay.
better.
2 flash
okay.
of Genius. I have 2
It's a
left
reaction.
now.
It is a reaction, so you can choose one.
Just do it to
I'd
Korah.
recommend
Just do
Sween.
it to
I'd recommend
Sween.
Sween.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
Sween.
Sween,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
she's preparing you.
Yeah, you're carrying both of them. So
Yeah.
Sween, you just immediately pick up the pace and just like start rushing down this like place. You are just moving as fast as your body can take you at this point. Little fishy feet just slapping against the floor as quickly as you can as rubble starts to fall behind you. You actually manage to shoulder check a boulder off of you because you have like a shocking amount of strength in you. And you're eventually able to just like slide out in towards a nearby cornerstone, like a nearby corner that leads into an alleyway. You turn around just grabbing onto the nearest like flyer, getting ready to use that as a teleportation circle, as you see Moloch and Dakota get rushed behind you. You guys are both going to take 25 points of bludgeoning damage and are pinned underneath the rubble.
Okay.
And Haruman, you see the glow of the hellfire of his blade starting to also walk forward into where the rubble is.
Yeah, can we like?
I
do
might be
anything
able.
else?
Yeah, you
I
can
might
try.
be able to help Dakota as well.
Yeah.
No, never mind.
You would have to roll athletics to get out on your own. Dakota would be at disadvantage because of the seizing.
Okay. Well, let me just check a spell really quick. Okay, that's not enough time.
Oh, the vortex warp them out of there.
Yeah, you can vortex warp
How many
them out of
vortex
there.
warps do you have?
10,000.
Four
It's a low
uses.
layer spell. Do you want a vortex warp?
Jesus.
I used to. This also means that if we enter battle, I am screwed. By the way, but
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, this is
My
fair.
athletics is fine. Do that to Dakota.
okay, I'm just gonna vortex warp Dakota
Yeah.
right next to us.
Yep.
Like next.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No
Dakota, you're
touchy.
still just shaking right now, but Sween is just gonna be right next to. And then it's up to you, Moloch, as Haruman is
Yeah,
stepping
21
over the rubble
athletics.
towards you. 21, you manage to squirm your way out of it, just once again, eel-like in nature, just sliding out of it, kind of slippery to the touch, and you guys start heading towards where Sween is holding the flyer.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Let's go.
The flyer. The portal tears open. And we are gonna cut back 2 moments prior. Gideon and B. In the main lobby of Maggie's abode. She's working back and forth, just kind of skittering her way across the room where B is currently tucked into the corner, I'd imagine. What's the body language on B? What's going on there, just fully, with this great monstrous form of her?
I imagine it's pretty arched over, especially quite protectively over the little egg thing, where I think maybe even if she's not fully in her right mind, she's definitely noticed like moving around, maybe some looks, and that set her on edge a little bit.
So you walk into the room, Gideon. Our friend the Nothic has managed to pull an insight from Beelzebub, and I intend to push that insight to the exterior via lunamancy. Hopefully gather further insight on how we can best draw her out to the surface, given that it appears to be working as some kind of fail-safe at the moment.
Yeah.
I think the Nothic kind of stumbles up and just goes, Ward. Ward. Yes. A small lockbox ward used to isolate a series of memories. It's advanced stuff, keeping it inside and protected, and seemingly activating now to stop Beelzebub from getting overwritten.
I see.
Not advanced enough to be
who made
Bee's
this?
doing, yeah. Like Melania said, not advanced enough to be Bee's doing. Well, I'm just saying it's probably light work for an Archdevil wizard.
Yeah. It is very true.
My guess, Mephistopheles. And word between us all here. I make homunculi. That's what I do.
Yes.
She's not a devil.
No, we ascertained that when we saw her bleed earlier.
But even then, things like Mickey, they still bleed ichor because they were made of devil parts.
Yes, but it wasn't ichor, it was blood.
Exactly. Either way, the biblical rage sickness has loosened the ward enough for me to be able to extract a trace of it and project it outwards. As I did with mine own to you before, though lunamancy has its way with memories. Shockingly tactile, close art to dunamancy. But you also seem like you've encountered visions that have a little bit of extra interactivity to them before. Vestiges of lunamancy,
Yes.
I'll have you know.
I see.
Melania, you may wish to step out, given the emotional weight of what this may do, and to have you on call to create the potion. That's probably a good idea. I should wait for everyone else and make sure everyone's okay. So I guess that leaves
We
us.
can handle this.
Yes.
Yes.
Melania, the Nothic. Charpay is also here. Step out of the room to go work on checking in the party and getting touches ready for the potion. As Maggie's starting to set up this small kind of salt circle on the ground,
Mm-hmm.
she kind of gives you a double take with her eyes. That colossi in you. Prithee, if you mind me not inquiring, are you an experiment of war?
Something like that, yes.
Most magic soldiers were typically armed in similar ink, though more combustible rather than housing fragmented divinity.
Yes, well, given what I do know, and we may come from the same source.
That source. In your experience, was it? Do you think that you've lost yourself in any way in the process of all of this, or do you find a man capable of always finding himself?
I find that I'm able to center myself when I need to.
Do you think it's possible to become lost for good? Beyond the premise of hope.
Perhaps. Though I myself haven't fallen that far yet, I can say that much.
There's old weight I see held by your scars, and yet you seem a gruesomely hopeful spirit. But the look I saw on my old master's face held the same weight as your eyes still hold a bit of yourself. But yours have spark and his do not. It's like that it wasn't that he ran out of solutions, it's that he only found one remaining. All I hope is that whatever revelation he found doesn't make us turn out the same. I'm sick of people giving up when there's so much to be angry about.
I understand that feeling very well.
She snaps her fingers, and the salt circle lights up into a glyph on the floor. Could you find a way to get her in here? Coax her inside. As I start preparing.
I'll try. I don't suppose you have any suggestions.
She's only been responsible to topics of her child.
Alright then. And I think Gideon is just gonna sort of approach B to try to talk to her.
Mm-hmm. Any body language change from B upon seeing someone approach?
Just a slight bit more arching and the wings sort of just flaring out with little noises.
Hey there, B. I know you're probably in a lot of pain right now. We'll find a way to help your child. And I'm also aware that you have other children, don't you? Other children that need you?
Where are they?
Yes. I understand it. Those other children are maybe with Mephisto, or...
You didn't do anything to them, did you?
No, I didn't.
I did.
No, don't worry. But, I do have an idea to help you, B. I just need you to come with me for a little bit so we can figure things out.
You did bring her back.
I don't know, but you're not going to be able to do anything about it if you just stay here.
Very slow crawl forwards.
Just that massive body extending out from the shadows towards the circle. And you hear a small ding ding from Maggie tapping on a small bell. And without any warning, Gideon, you've spent your life in aftermath and rubble. You've only once stared the impact dead in the eye, but just that time alone has been enough to cast a dark scar beyond just the one fresh on your face. There's a deepness now to the presence of fresh destruction. You lack a detachment that most of those who view this type of calamity from images received. The smell of smoke and blood and shit and ash is twistedly nostalgic. You've seen devastation of your home, but what you're less familiar with is no man's land. A land reduced to rock and corpse, and trenches thick with 1,000 plagued waters and rib cages sprung like bear traps to swallow your legs into the war for the rest of them. The sky feels distant. It is, of course, always so, but more so in an emotional sense, the way the gray clouds twist overhead, backlit by... well, it feels like you're viewing a different atmosphere than the one you grew up in. A blackened eclipse like a distant wormhole circled in red, not gold. Flags lay pierced in the battlefield, broken tents in distant mountains, carved inward by what must have been biblical blasts of force, and the sound of a shovel hitting dirt catches your ear. It's the only thing in this quiet expanse. A relatively short woman stands nearby, a kind of spade in hand. It's been worn with dirt and years of work. She has, like, relatively fair skin and this kind of honeyish orange hair that's currently down and just... it has this, like, voluminous curl to it. She has freckles atop her face and these eyes that almost perfectly match the hair in a way. She's got a little worker's uniform-ish on, and a wagon cart next to her with what looks like some sort of cattle creature that you've never seen before, topped in some warm orange mossy coat of fur over its eyes. The cattle seems to be strapped with 2 barrels of thick orange sap inside of them. The back of the wagon is carrying bodies. She looks about 5 or so months pregnant and is slowly making her way through the quiet battlefield with measured movements on her swollen feet. She's human. For reference.
I think Gideon just approaches her. Hello there.
Oh, are you injured? Do you need any assistance?
No, not currently. Do you need any assistance with anything?
I'm just collecting the dead, and we'll be set to bury them soon. There's just always more to collect. You know how it is.
Yes, it's devastating around here.
Yes, there's really no end to this great and horrible war.
What's your name?
Thisbe, how about you?
Gideon.
Gideon! Nice to meet you. I wish I could say it would be under better circumstances. I came from an area that was rife with flowers, and here we are.
Yes, I noticed the tankards of honey.
Ah, yes, that's my family's trade. It's something of a thing that it helps with a lot. There's plenty of antibacterial and antimicrobial properties that help heal when magic doesn't do the trick. Resources are running low.
Yes. Yes, that does sound very helpful. So where were you going from here?
Just through. It's almost endless, but someone has to do it.
Right then, well, if that's the case, I can give you a hand in the meantime.
Oh, I'd appreciate that, yes.
You definitely have other shovels on the cart as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm assuming, Gideon, you go and grab one of the shovels from her cart. The cattle looks at you with, like, those hair covering its eyes, and it's just gonna kind of reach over to start sniffing at you as you're grabbing the little shovel from it. It just kind of, like, poofs a little bit of, like, air into the back of your hair, which makes it all, like, off to the side. Snorts at you, continues back to sniffing
likes it.
around. You want to look around any bit more, Gideon?
Yeah, I mean, I'll look at her cart while I'm sort of grabbing a shovel from it, or like, her whole setup.
You have studied history. You've
Yeah.
never seen war uniforms that look like this on the bodies of the dead. You find insignias kind of drawn over their outfits. You don't recall any collective or militia that has ever worn these symbols before.
I see. What? Do you associate yourself with any groups, Bisbee?
Civilians, medics. I don't have a particular. Well, I mean, if I had to choose one particular side, I suppose it would be by the side of my husband, but is rather insistent in keeping me out of most of this. It is not something I am trained for in any capacity.
You're married. Who's your husband?
Ooh, she seems to like. For a moment, she lights up as if, like, with the vigor of someone who really wants to spill all the sweet things about their beloved, but then quickly clamps up because, wait, this is wartime, and what if he's a spy? And that's
Yeah.
a bad idea.
You like see her eyes light up and then immediately squint down to look at you.
Why do you want to know?
I suppose, I'm just sort of trying to make small talk here. Don't really know much about you. Not sure what else to talk about, really.
Factions. Interesting first topic. What about you? Do you have any special individual in your life?
Things are complicated for me. You know how war is. Busy.
Very busy. You're not one of Pazuzu's, are you?
Pazuzu? No.
Okay. Good to know.
You kind of see relief wash over her face.
I guess you could say I'm more of an independent scholar.
Okay.
You kind of just stand there for a second. I'd imagine. Just you with your little shovel, and I'd imagine, Bisbee, you're still trying to kind of get a read on this guy, because he seems to have just appeared out of nowhere behind you. You scouted this place for life forms and didn't find any. The place is all but cleared out. So, you just kind of watch. As I'm assuming, Gideon, you're kind of just idly trying to find out what to do with this shovel, where to find these bodies, what exactly you're supposed to contribute to here. And that's when you both hear a little out on the distance. The ground lurches and buckles under your feet. A couple of small lurches, followed by rhythmic tremors beginning to appear in the ground beneath your feet. You see as the cattle begins to make these low, kind of this guttural noise from its mouth as it turns around, and Thisbe's cattle just runs. It turns heel and it just runs away from the cart, with the cart itself swinging around in the direction of Thisbe.
I guess I'm gonna try to push her out of the way as the cart's swinging at her.
Yeah, go ahead and roll acrobatics.
Okay. Alright. Alright, let's see. That's a 16.
16, yeah, you rush forward, just seeing the cart swinging around, and you just, like, grab B and just, you drop the shovel to the ground, grab B with, not B, this B, with your arm and just quickly yank her out of the way, just barely missing it from the side as the kettle starts to rush away.
Thank you.
You okay?
We shouldn't be here if something's coming this way.
A shadow passes from overtop the light beyond the clouds in the dark sky, and you see 4 sets of wings casting a shadow of a body the size of a grand temple. You can hardly tell if it's supposed to be avian or humanoid. All you get is the silhouette over darkened clouds. And somehow, with this silhouette alone, you can tell there's this blasted, ripped smile crooked across whatever it counts as having a face. You guys hear a crack. A deep, heart-pounding sensation overhead. The trail of this creature leaves behind a series of pure, uncompromising brightness as motes in the sky above. They're so bright that you can hardly tell at first that these sparks of light are raining down towards you like mortar shells. Gideon, let's assume that you have full level 19 power here. What are you doing? What are both of you doing?
Just basically just things are raining down from the sky on top of us.
Yeah, massive mortar shells of just uncompromising, like, white, bright, endless light.
I'm gonna throw up a wall of force on top of us, just as like a dome.
Yep, you just... a dome over top both of you as this light starts to rain down. Yeah. And the brightness... Oh. Gone forever.
Oh, Gideon!
Alright.
I don't think Thisbe's even doing anything. She doesn't have any strong magic of any kind.
Yeah. Thisbe's just like... I'm assuming you're just ducking for cover at this point as the wall of force just... Thisbe, you've only seen your husband able to do something like that, and even then, you've never seen magic that looks like this before in your entire life. Magic just inherently looks different to you, and this is incorrect, the way it is cast above you. It fundamentally is breaking the laws of your existence, as you're looking at it through the corner of your eye.
Why did you do that? What are you doing? That's never... That's not what Wall of Force looks like. What is this spell?
Well, I've always, I guess, sort of spin on my own things. Regardless where you live through this.
Force continues to rain down from above as you look up and meet your eyes with it raining down, and it begins to push and crack. The wall of force around you, and it's starting to buckle, bending downwards under the weight of it. It looks like hands pressing down around you, like the hands that were pressing up your back.
Okay, that's not good. We're gonna have to step this up, and yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna cast fucking prismatic wall.
Prismatic wall, and once again, you watch Thisbe, you watch as a bunch of just fully mind-breaking rays of light. It's almost
actually
like...
no. I would have cast planar prison. Sorry, not
planar.
Prismatic wall.
Yeah, planar prison.
Planar prison. Yeah.
Yep. Gideon, you out to the side, and this kind of darkened red force, this cube appears out around you, and the light still continues to try and buckle down in front of it, just hands pushing deeper and deeper and deeper. You are just doing your best to hold on at this point. You've never had to put this much force into the spell. Normally you just have concentration up and it just runs in the back of your mind, but you actively have to hold on to it to keep it from shattering in on you both. That great shadow of double wings stares from above. It seems to stretch as far as the mountains. As you start to feel your planar prison finally brushing off the brunt of this force, the thing flies off into the distance.
What the fuck was that? What?
Spell of my own, sort of creation, I'd say.
Okay. I meant the giant thing in the sky that just tried to melt us, kill us. I've seen
I
the
don't really have.
outcome.
I don't really have much illumination about that. Not entirely sure what that is.
Zuzu.
I'm gonna look around to see who said that.
A great, tall, blue carapace figure with drapery of orange wings. An Archdevil.
Oh, honey. And she just scrambles towards him.
The wall is still between them.
Shit, fuck. Gideon.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Gideon's gonna drop the wall.
Are you alright?
Thank you. Yes, yes.
The abyssal register. The abyssal register gave itself from my wife.
Honey, it's okay. Look, Here, this is this is Gideon. Gideon saved my life.
Yes, I've heard a bit about you so far.
Stares at you with this deep, confused expression, head tilts to the side, mandibles click. Thank you. But... Look, Isby, I promise never to let anything happen to you, my sweet. I will always protect you. You know this, right?
Of course, yeah.
I protect you. I protect you both.
Right.
Gideon, was it?
Yes, Gideon.
The wizard?
I certainly try my best.
Then you should know better than to meddle in the affairs of another wizard's work.
I wasn't planning much meddling, mostly just keeping the nice woman I just met from dying.
Eyes flash down to Thisbe. He clearly doesn't want to start anything in front of her.
She gives him this light smile. Just it's a little wobbly because she's still just so nervous after what the fuck just happened, but just generally. It's okay. Look, scratch.
I thank you, but you best be on your way.
I don't suppose I could get your name at least.
Don't you know it by now? Mephistopheles, if you insist.
He didn't, just to clarify, he didn't say his name beforehand, right?
He didn't.
I think Gideon just sort of tilts his head looking at Mephistopheles and just says, "Oh, I see. You're not a memory."
Isby, it's time for you to go back to sleep now.
What do you mean?
It's time for you to go to sleep, darling. I'll protect you. I'll protect you.
Like keeping her in a cage?
Saved her life.
Maybe so, but that didn't mean you also had to clip her wings.
I don't have wings, do I?
Listen not to
What
her.
are you both talking about?
Listen not to him.
Oh,
Go to bed. Go to bed. Puts a hand on top
what?
of Thisbe's head, and she falls slack into his arms.
Beelzebub is in pain and is infected with a godly virus, and you're not doing anything to help here.
These memories stay shut for a reason.
So you'd rather let your wife flounder than let some secrets get out? Suffer?
You tell her none of this. You tell her none of this.
Why can't she know?
It's the only way I can keep her safe.
So is this the world before? Another cycle?
You request my aid. I give you the condition. She learns nothing of it. And you gain my assistance.
Fine, but only for as long as I believe this really is to keep her safe. And if you give me any other reason to believe otherwise, I will tell her.
Hand is extended towards you.
I reach out.
The scene is surrounded in a flame. Gideon, your eyes burn this deepened blue as a shoot goes down your veins and through your body. Kiki, shoot that guy. As a flash appears into the room, the rest of the party stumbles inside. Are you guys okay? Oh, God, what happened?
Oh, Moloch, you fucking idiot!
It was the only way.
I'm gonna fucking kill you! That's what I'm gonna do!
Do you have the sulfur?
Yeah, I'd rather
Yes,
that
just take it! Fucking take the soul! Damn it!
Maggie, I need to make a deal.
Maggie,
You fucked up the first one!
You think it was gonna stop at you?
Just-
Do you know how to fucking read?
What happened?
Take sulfur gem. This fucking idiot said, mention the pact.
It was the
in front
only
of fucking
way.
Kostchtchie.
I don't give a shit if you don't care about dying. I care about dying, and you are part of something greater than yourself now.
You put all of our
You're
lives on
reduced to your core.
I risk for that Moloch.
Now he knows. Maggie is a. Think for 5 seconds.
Which means we need to
You
leave
think
because he's
right
probably
now.
coming back to the Knucklebone Pit.
And we are not too far away. Moloch, you disappoint me.
Like you wouldn't have done the same in my position.
What's your bargain, then?
Pardon?
What's your bargain, then? You said you had one? I'm more than happy at this arrangement, where we are and things, to have a couple more hags spawn, though I would be disappointed given the progress we've all made. You've shown yourself capable.
I agree.
But
You
no
might have noticed I'm
good
out of the pack
deed
now. I'm offering you.
goes unpunished.
I am offering you my own name again. This time a bit more valuable. And with Mitral in my head, both of our cores can belong to you. If you give them a second chance.
Belong to me.
That is, if we fail again. Which I assure you we won't.
You're lucky. I like you and have found you useful up to this point, Moloch. Disappoint me again. There will be no process. You are mine immediately.
I'm well aware.
She reaches her hand out.
I give you the name Moloch.
They shake. Dakota, you stop teasing.
Finally.
Maggie turns around with a scoff. You're not getting any other redos for reference. Maybe the only fiend in hell who would ever do such a thing. Now then, there are problems greater than this to deal with. Gideon, what have you found?
Beelzebub's mind was scattered, but I was able to fix things, reorganize things. Hopefully, any impediments from before shouldn't stop us now with helping her.
Good. Melania kind of walks over and takes the gem from Korah's hand. Looks at Dakota, frowns.
Korah's gonna go over and start looking at potions again because he's for both him and Dakota, just ugh. Didn't pay a cent for it.
We need to do this and we need to get out of here. And she's going to head towards kind of the concoction booth that she set up. And she starts to throw in the sulfur. She throws in the bones that Gideon has given her. Takes her hands together, starts to rub them in a line. Dakota, are you alright?
Just a bit. Yeah.
Right.
Sore.
Do you think you're able to add any sort of artificer's touch to this? It should help as a binding agent.
Let's see.
She's basically asking for a spark of genius here.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I give a spark of genius.
You walk over towards her. On her alchemy check, that is a 27. There's a from the cauldron. This kind of bubbling, noxious fume. She scrunches her nose up at it a little bit, but then eventually seems to... Doesn't smell that bad, actually. And for the record, it smells like it's awful. It's hideous. For the rest of the fiends here, it's not that out of the ordinary. But she eventually scoops a ladle up of this sulfuric, bubbling, noxious elixir. Drops in a couple feathers at the top of it from Hilo. And it turns this rich, ichory darkness. She pours it into a small bowl. Okay, Beelzebub. Do you think you could drink this for us? You know, it'll help you and help your kid. Well,
That mention, then
help you
Beelzebub
help your
takes
kid.
it.
Yeah. And there's a pause in the room. And then a snapping of bones, reconstructing themselves back into place. Parts of ligaments shedding off like a carapace instead of anything else, and you start to see from the inside of that kind of like abdomen area that the carapace from the inside begins to slip. On the ground, in a blood-filled heap, is Beelzebub.
Oh, you fed me something quite foul, haven't you?
You okay? Are you with us?
As with you as I shall ever be.
Good to have you back. Good to have
Yes,
you back.
now, quite a mess around here. Oh, goodness. I hope I have not caused too much trouble for the rest of you.
No, how do you, feel right now?
Perfectly fine.
Not feeling any undue rage in any way?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I mean, I think Gideon's just gonna see if Bubs, I don't know, notice the fact she's still holding her baby and just think what she's about that.
Yeah. Is she saying anything about it?
She's just like, I think for a second she's just sort of staring at them all and taking in their expressions. And then she looks at the baby as if she's known it's been there the whole time and just smiles at it. Well then.
All right.
We
I
don't
seem to.
we don't know what happened.
Oh. No, you don't have to worry about anything. It's just my baby.
Okay. Ooh. Ooh, internet! Tony! Oh. He moved.
Oh, he moved a pixel.
Alright. Are you back?
Oh, he's not.
Nope.
Tony!
What?
Okay, I'm casting Prayer of Healing on the party. In
Okay.
the background, it takes 2 minutes.
I think you're back now.
All right. Okay. Gideon just said you were quite disturbed about the state it was in.
Ah. Well, One can always be quite shocked by a growing child.
I see.
What happened to all of you
Okay.
guys? Well, besides the obvious.
Everything was going fine. Yes, it would have knocked me down, but
Everything was not going fine.
it was going fine for me.
It
We got
wouldn't
to
have
the
for long.
market. We got to the market, and it was full. Apparently, Zariel giving a speech. We get to that in a second. And we get to the market, and Kostchtchie is standing right next to the gem that we need. So I walk up to Kostchtchie, and I antagonized him a little bit so I could put this crystal in my pocket without paying. It was 20 coins. I'm not paying 20 coins for a gem. And the other thing is that I didn't really think he was going to cause a scene in that whole situation because we were near a massive crowd of people and also near where Zariel was going to give a
You
speech.
didn't think that Kostchtchie, who crashed the knucklebone brawl, was going to make a scene?
I thought the problem was going to be that Zariel was showing up, but clearly I wouldn't even have gotten to think that far because in the middle of it, Loudmouth over here decides to bring up the fact
reduced
that
to your core, you're useless. Do you understand that? That's part of the pact. Kostchtchie doesn't care about rules. Tell you something I picked up as a journalist, I can read people. And what I read over
so
there
then
was
why
killing intent.
why did you say that specifically? Why did you say it? Why did that come out of your
Damn now
mouth?
or damn
You're a
later.
journalist. You are not a genius. We are all.
We are being hunted now.
That would have just
actively.
been me as well. Me specifically being reduced. You guys would have had an opportunity to leave.
Was the most
Saying
efficient
that,
way to get him
damn
out.
everyone. You risk everyone. I know fiends are not used to working in a team, but you should think more about everyone else and not just yourself.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. We can't lose you.
We don't have time to argue about this. We need to move to a new location now.
Okay,
Okay,
well, we
me
get
too.
out of there, and Zariel's giving a speech, and then Nereid-Ashes shoots her with a fucking gun, and then she deflects it. Haruman deflected it with the fucking sword, and then he passes out, and then she just gestures to Nereid-Ashes' body on the floor, and then now we have this.
And Haruman is trying to find Araxis, so we might want to move.
Yes.
It's not just Kostchtchie running after us.
So we are being hunted by Nereid-Ashes, we are being hunted by Zariel, we are being hunted. Grab everything. Then did we get the car?
And I
Did we get the
know-
vehicle? Can we just get everything in the vehicle and go?
We couldn't get the vehicle.
We couldn't get the
know,
vehicle.
They didn't want to go to the vehicle, Millennia.
It's
Zariel
fine.
was going to be right there.
It's fine. We're going to find a solution. I think the last thing we should be doing here is getting us all out of bent and upset. That's what the sickness in the air is trying to make us do anyway, so if we get too mad, it's not a good idea. Right?
Right. We just need to leave.
I thought we banished Kostchtchie's skin. How was she capable of doing that?
It's still
It's
in
still
the
a
air.
thing.
Yeah, it's still
The
in
red
the
There's
air.
still
Still
people
a
that have already been
problem.
affected.
Alright.
There just aren't more. Or they just can't make more, but we still have to move.
Anger is also a very infectious thing, even beyond the plague. Do we have any second locations? We don't have the Red Market. And the
Dakota.
Knucklebone pit was already...
Dakota. Dakota. Dakota.
Yes.
You live out in the waste, right?
Well, it's more of I camp out in the wastes.
Okay, that's
Occasionally.
my point is that you have a location in the waste that is a little more safe than that.
I suppose, but it's really out there.
We need to go out
We
into
need
the
to go
waste
to the
anyway.
waste anyways.
Yeah.
Fair
It's
enough.
better than
I
being
hope
here.
you like camping.
Okay. Grab everything
Is
we
this
can.
amicable to everyone?
It's the only option we have, unfortunately.
Where's Mahati and Zazel?
Over here.
Okay.
The thing we have to worry about is being tailed out there, or found. This can only be a temporary arrangement, and we don't have a vehicle, so traversing the waste is not exactly going to be easy. Let alone getting out of the city.
Is there anything of... I'm not... Is there any kind of shelter out in the wastes, or is it literally just waste? Like, that's it.
I think at, like, the same time, pretty much everyone just, like, everyone who's been in the waste, that being, like, Dakota, Mahati, who, I mean, the Red Market did go through the waste. Like, it's pretty much just, like, there's nothing out there except for just landscape and a couple of, outposts from, like, Zariel's goons.
So, okay. This is gonna be a long but I'm trying to think, because I was sent here by my archfiend. Would they have given a list of, like, potential safe places? Not, like, concrete at all, because it's, like, their borders are closed, but, like, potential, like, maybe these are safer than others.
Unfortunately not.
God. I tried.
Yeah.
There's no way to contact, like,
Mephisto?
or
No.
any other.
Does anybody have any other ideas?
Why not gun straight for Halo? And just,
Beelzebub, you're amazing, but I don't know if you've seen me and the rest of us, but we are a bit worse for wear.
Just had a
I seem
building
to have
fall on
missed a
us.
lot.
Not to mention getting across the waste in the first place to the outpost.
We're also
We'll
a
have
very
to be there
large
anyways.
group.
Might as well.
Can anybody think of any ideas? Just anything other than
If we could
sitting
get
in
to
Dakota's?
If we could get to Dakota's tent and rest for about a night, Mahati, like, kind of poses, would that be enough to regain strength? If we sleep in shifts, and hopefully fend off any oncoming traffic our way, would that be enough for you all to be in fighting spirit? At that point, we could attempt to raid an exterior Hellrider base and receive one of their vehicles.
If we have enough time for the captain to come and give us his blessings, then I think we should be good.
We should be fine.
Okay, how do we get out of the problem?
I mean, at this point, it's not going to be the most difficult affair. I am just going to have everyone roll
Yeah.
a stealth, just in general. We're just doing a group massive party stealth check.
Jesus, this is
Pass
a massive.
without trace.
Yes, Melania's casting Pass Without Trace. That's a
Thank
plus
you.
10 for everyone.
Just roll of the
It's okay.
session.
It's
Fresh out
okay,
of the big blood shell.
it's a plus
5
10. It's okay.
without any modifiers.
Alright.
I got a 6. It's okay without
I
modifiers.
cast enhance ability on myself beforehand.
Okay, so let's see.
I put this in initiative, whoopsie. That's 20.
We did that earlier. It's okay.
Yeah. Azazel.
So many M names.
Yeah. Azazel and Nereid-Ashes are unconscious. Cool. Dirty 20. 7 plus 10, 17,
I'm-
28, 25, 21. Dirty 20.
If Sween wants to grab Azazel because they're more familiar, I'll snag Nereid-Ashes.
Makes sense.
Okay. Maggie is honestly, I mean, Maggie knows her ways through Avernus. And Maggie is indeed just going to grab as many cauldrons as she can, is going to just shove them into a small portable hole, which she zips up and just... Not the first time I've been on the run. Common hag thing, eh? Getting pushed out of places. She nudges Melania. Still not the hag. And... you all grab either people or a sack of Maggie's goods, unable to take everything, and slip out through the cities. The smell of smoke is thick in the air, and you can see the collapsed building nearby and the massive streak of hellfire that was sent through it. There's distant chanting in the distance. Still. The screams. Blood war. Blood war. Blood war. As you make your way up through rickety staircases and kind of low-ended alleyways, you eventually find yourself up at the edge of the wastes. Maggie knows a couple of twists and turns that can lead you away from any of the Border Patrol Hellriders, so you're able to pass undetectedly, scuffling past a couple of encampments on your way outside there, but not catching anyone's gaze as they look over. You step out into the edge of the wastes. Dakota taking lead. With Avernus, the city. You see it in the distance, the collapsed buildings, the great streak that was left across the horizon that left almost a scar across the entire village. Not village, town, like city. It left a massive scar, Haruman's strike, that collapsed multiple buildings, not just the one you were under, but then seemingly just left a mark through the ones later. You see the streets swarming with fiends. Angry ones. You swear, even from here, you can see inversions happening left and right. It's utter chaos down there. Ripened. You swear you can hear the chanting from even here at the outskirts. This vitriolic rage. Flashing on the screens that still line, those massive holograms that still line kind of the skyline of the city itself. There's flashing images of your faces plastered upon them. For all of Avernus to see. And then tapped off with a striking image. Haruman's sword deflecting that ray of hellflame. And Zariel standing undeterred. Some great symbol she is. With tensions higher than ever in the city of Avernus, and you all cast out to the wastes, no vehicle, but at least everyone alive, we are gonna end our session off here. Shit happens.
Oh. Shit happens.
Yay!
We survived!
At what cost?
We have nothing except for Beelzebub back.
Hi.
I got Beelzebub.
Yeah.
Hello.
Back, no car. Fuck my gay life.
We have
get
no
shit in
wheels. We have nothing. Alright, let's do some closing remarks. Ethan, what's one thing you learned? What's a roleplay moment you liked? Hi.
Boy, can I forget a contract.
You gotta remember the contract. You gotta get that shit locked in your mind. This is like Feywild rules all over again. This is like the thing
Oh
to
god,
remember.
don't ever say that again. I can't. The Feywild! Ah!
Kiki died.
You dead? Yeah.
It was so bad.
Did.
What's one roleplay moment you liked?
Sorry, this got fucked up. I liked Frisbee.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What I could say, he seemed like a polite soul.
Frisbee. Yeah. Frisbee.
It'd be a real shame if something happened to her.
True.
Oh goodness, what a shame.
I'm Dean, I'm the Dungeon Master. One thing I learned is, man, shit can go insane. Stuff can just truly happen in so many regards.
Did you learn that?
I learn it more and more every session. Shit happens. I learned that Vortex Warp goes insane.
Literally.
World's best support spell. And roleplay moment, I'm gonna give it to Gideon's, like, kind of plea to Hilo to change shit. I like that shit. That's cool. I like it. Jello, what's one thing you learned? What's a roleplay moment you liked?
Hello, I learned how easy it is to screw everything up with a pact.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't do any of it, but I
So
can see how
sad.
Yeah.
Who could have done this?
So
I
dejected.
imagine.
We're all looking for the person who did this.
Roleplay moment I liked. I quite enjoyed Korah and Moloch's arguing with each other. It was so
They
vibrant.
hate each other. Kiki's characters will always be hating Ethan's characters, such as law.
I hate you in every reality, bitch! Fuck you! If I
In
met
every
Yaksha,
universe,
I'd
in every
hate her
timeline.
too!
So true. Kiki, what's one thing you learned? What's on roleplay moment you
Speaking
like?
of which, I learned that I can hate Ethan's character in any fucking reality. It doesn't matter who I am or where I am. It is consistent. It is all encompassing. I am all knowing, but in that one aspect, fuck you.
We're all looking
Anyway,
for the person who could have done this.
One roleplay moment I liked. I really like Dakota just in general. Being very like, you can tell that he hasn't interacted with people like at all. And so like whenever he like talks in a
never touched
conversation, he's just
grass.
like every time he just like
know what
butts-
it
like yeah, every time he comes into a conversation, he's just like, so guys, I have this thing that I can do.
He doesn't
Great.
know what's going on. He's trying.
So there's this spell I can
know.
cast.
So there's this.
Literally.
there's-
So there's
so
this
there's this
spark
load-
that I can give.
So there's this load-bearing wall that just got destroyed. Oh
Yeah, no,
god.
that was my. I love it.
Yeah. Tony.
Hey, one thing I learned is that Moloch's the kind of person to double down instead of saying they're wrong. One more roleplay moment I like is I thought the shouting match between Kiki and Ethan was fun.
You gotta commit.
Gotta commit.
Those bitches
No, you
love
don't.
yelling at each other.
We do.
Ines, what's
You
one
gotta
thing you
double
learned? What's a roleplay moment you liked?
Hi, I learned Pazuzu. Who the fuck is
Pazuzu?
that? I don't know.
I know who Pazuzu is. I know who the
Pazuzu's
fuck
a
that is.
Devil.
I
No.
don't
No, he's not.
No.
Die.
I don't know
Blow
who
up,
Pazuzu
die.
is.
Blow up and die now.
Roleplay moment.
Forget
That was
I
a
was
guess, not a statement.
Oh, Ines, go.
I was roleplay moment. I was going to say the fucking shouting match because that was just so fucking good.
We love
but I
hatred.
will
We love
also-
interparty
I will-
conflict.
I will also just give it to the gentle way that Gideon interacted with Monster Beelzebub and Thisbe. That was very nice.
Who?
Just very chill.
She has never touched grass. And Emmet, rounding us off today after beast mode, insano mode, crazy mode session.
Wahoo! I think the roleplay moment that I learned first that railguns are a thing.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't ready for that because anytime I think of D&D guns, I'm like, ye old smoke and powder gun, because I can't think outside of that one trope.
Welcome to
so I
hell. We
hear
have
railgun.
railguns.
Very excited. I think my favorite roleplay moment was fucking deflecting that shot. What the fuck? That was insane to witness.
Yeah.
If Kennedy had that blade, the future would have been so different.
Harriman deflecting the shot.
Yeah.
Harriman going insano mode. This guy's scary. Can't wait for you guys to one cycle him in combat. Alright, well, thank you guys so much for tuning in for this session to the Cursulans. We'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye. Bye.